Welcome back to the second section of your complete English grammar course. New tenses, revision, additional grammar structures, a lot of exercises. Let's get started. In this first video of the second module, we are going to revise everything that we know about questions. WH questions, questions in different tenses, and so on. Plus, we'll speak about how a question with a verb plus preposition is formed. Enough theory, let's get started. So, here is your sentence. I want you to think about the question whose answer is a book. Alright, what is she reading? She is reading a novel. What is she reading? She wears glasses. Question. What does she wear? Present simple. She wears glasses. What? They went to the park. To the park is the answer. Past simple. Where did they go? Go, went. Where did they go? Another one. They are going to sell the house. Going to sell the house. Okay, so this is present. This is be going to, right? What are they going to do? They are going to sell the house. She was at the party. At the party. Where was she last night? Past simple. Question the verb to be. Where was she last night? Where is the question word. So all of these examples were on grammar structures that you know. The rules you know also. If you have any problems with the formation of questions in present simple or present continuous or past simple or be going to, please come back to the previous section, find the videos that you have missed and watch again. So, the new things. He lives with his parents. The answer is with his parents. Good, but we have the preposition with. So the question will be, who does he live with? Who does he live with? With his parents. You see, the preposition goes at the very end of the sentence. With at the end. Who does he live with? Question in present simple. Another example. They are talking about the latest news. They are talking about the latest news. Try to do it by yourself first. The first step, the tense, they are talking, present continuous. Then, preposition, about. The question word, what, which means what are they talking about? What are they talking about? The rule. When we have a verb plus preposition, remember, the preposition always goes at the very end. What about? Who with? Who for? And so on. And in order to practice, of course, we have the exercises prepared. Let's check the PDF first. Alright, 2 exercises. The first one, write the questions. The second one, write the questions. Be very careful. Try to understand what's the logic. Think about the tense. Check if there is a preposition or not. And what kind of question you need. See you in the answer section. I hope the exercises were easy, so let's check them. Questions. You noticed that in the first exercise, the questions are the simple ones. There isn't a preposition included. Whereas in the second exercise, you had to think about the preposition as well. Good. She lives with her parents. We need a yes or no question. Present simple. So, does she live with her parents? Yes, she does. No, she doesn't. After that, they traveled by train. Past simple. The answer by train. Question how? How did they travel? By train. We are going to school. We are going to be going to question. Where are we going? We ask about the place. He is going to live next door. Next door, be going to. We are asking again about the place. Where is he going to live? She likes seafood. Seafood is the answer. She likes. Preference in general, present simple. Good, so the question is what food does she like? Does she like? Present simple question. They are at the cinema. They are the verb to be. At the cinema we ask about the place. Where? Where are they? The second exercise. They are waiting for Mary. Wait for, verb plus preposition. They are waiting, so the tense is present continuous. And the question, who are they waiting for? Who, the question word, the preposition at the end. Who are they waiting for? We are with the principal. We are the verb to be with, so we need a preposition. Who are you with? The question, who question word with preposition at the end of the sentence. The meeting was about a new suggestion. The meeting was the verb to be in the past. About a new suggestion, be about. So we have a preposition here and the question is what was the meeting about? Next one. They are talking about my problem. Talk about, verb plus preposition. They are talking, present continuous. So forming the question, it means whose problem are they talking about? My problem. The other option here is what are they talking about? About my problem. Well done. We are going to vote for him. Vote for, verb plus preposition. We are going to, be going to is the tense. And the question, who are you going to vote for? Preposition at the end. They went to their nephew's house. They went, past simple, to their nephew's house. So, whose house did they go to? Go to in the main sentence. Another question that you may ask, where did they go to? I hope you find these questions easy. If you have any questions, please ask wherever you find for appropriate. Looking forward to seeing you in the next lesson. In the previous section, we've already learned the basics of present simple and present continuous. As you advance in the course, you will see that it is structured in a way which helps you revise and practice all the time. At the same time, I didn't give you the whole information at once, and this is deliberately. If I told you everything possible about present simple and present continuous in the first level, then you will not be able to practice, to feel, to remember everything. The approach of this course is a little bit more different. Everything is divided in levels, and it is step-by-step approach. That's why you don't need to start one topic, to check the whole content, and to watch everything related to present simple, for example. Follow the logic of the lectures. Everything is structured in a way which will help you get better by practicing. And saying all that, here is what you already know. We use present simple when we speak about an action which happens every day. As you don't forget about him, her, it, doesn't and does when you form the negative and the question. By contrast, present continuous, you're speaking about something which is happening at the moment of the action. Okay, these are the basics. What is the new part now? You need to be careful with some verbs, because not every verb in English can form the ing form or has a continuous form. Well, here are some examples. I don't agree with you now, but you can't say I'm not agreeing with you. So the correct one is I don't agree with you. After that, I don't believe you, not I'm not believing you. I don't believe you. It depends on the weather, not it's depending on the weather. It depends on the weather. It doesn't matter if the situation is happening at the moment or you speak about something in general. It depends, not it is depending. After that, he deserves to succeed. Deserves, not he's deserving. I disagree with you, not I'm disagreeing with you. I disagree with you. I doubt it, not I'm doubting it. I don't know it, not I'm not knowing it. Yes, these groups are specific, and yes, they are divided into groups. You can memorize the basic verbs that belong to these groups, but the most important thing is to understand the logic. So look at the verbs: agree, believe, depend, deserve, disagree, doubt, know, understand. It's important to catch the logic, because you can't memorize all verbs in English, right? These verbs that have no ing form or no form in continuous tense are called stative verbs. And these are verbs that express emotion or verbs that express possession. These are also verbs which you use when we speak about senses, what you see, what you hear. These are also verbs that are connected with the way you think when you speak about thought, as think, believe, and remember. So it's really quite more important to remember what groups of verbs do not form the continuous tenses. Okay? When you speak about emotion, the verbs connected with emotion, the verbs connected with possession, the verbs of senses, and the verbs of thought. But, okay, this is the general rule. Of course, not everything goes by the rules, as usually in English. So where the exceptions are: the verb think, the verb have, the verb look, the verb feel. Examples: I think you're cool. I'm thinking of buying a car. I think in general, that's my opinion. When you express opinion, when you say that something is on your mind, then you use the simple form of think. But I'm thinking, it already means that you're considering something, that you have a plan about something. So when you speak about your plans, then you can use the continuous form of think. I have a car. It's possession. When you express possessions, you do use the simple form of have. I have a car. I'm having a bath. Here the meaning is different. I'm having a bath. It means not that you are physically having the bath. Mostly it means that you are in the bathroom and you are taking a bath, right? So in these situations, it's okay to use the continuous form of have. Next one, look and feel. These verbs, or the verbs of senses, you can use actually in simple and in continuous form without any change in the meaning. It doesn't matter which one you will say. You look well today or you're looking well today. Both of them mean one and the same. So we've already moved a little bit in the ladder of our knowledge of tenses. Let's see what you've remembered and let's practice a little bit. The PDF, of course. In the first exercise, you need to choose again between present simple and present continuous. But what you need to be careful about is that this time, this is a text. It's not just a sentence that you need to decide by itself. Here you need to be careful in the context. The second exercise, present simple or present continuous, it practices more stative verbs. Good luck. Time to check the exercises. So the first one I told you be careful, as this time it's a text. Mark's a famous pianist, present simple. He gives 2 or 3 concerts every week. Every week, present simple. He travels a lot, present simple usually, and this week, contrast now, he is in New York. He is staying now, in this week, at an expensive hotel. He's at his hotel now. He's having his breakfast. Have breakfast. You don't express possession here. You use a set phrase. He's having his breakfast in the dining room. He's drinking now a cup of coffee and he's reading now a newspaper. Mark's always very busy, present simple. He plays always the piano regularly. He practices, present simple, for 4 hours every day. The marker every day. He goes to bed late, usually, and he always, the marker for present simple, gets up early. But sometimes, yes, again, sometimes marker for present simple, gets dressed too quickly, and this morning, contrast now, present continuous, he's wearing one blue sock and one red. Next exercise, present simple, present continuous. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Are you hungry? Now, but this is the verb to be, so the form is the same in present simple and present continuous. Do you want something to eat? Want is one of those stative verbs which cannot be used in continuous tenses. I need that dictionary. I'm using it now. Need, stative verb. I'm using it now, present continuous. Why is that man looking at us? Present continuous. Why is that man looking at us now? What does he want from you now? Want, stative verb. It doesn't matter that the marker is now. You need it in present simple. What does he want from you now? People don't believe he's 70. Don't believe. The form is in present simple. The verb believe is stative verb. It doesn't have a continuous form. People don't believe he's 70. It is a lovely morning. My wife is having her breakfast now. Now, present continuous, have breakfast. It's a phrase. It's not a structure which expresses possession. So you need the continuous form of have. My wife is having her breakfast now, and the birds now are singing, and now the sun is shining. Present continuous again. You see that the exercises are getting a little bit more difficult. If you have problem with something, now is the time to come back and to revise. Or of course, to leave me a question and I'll get back to you. See you in the next video. When you speak or write, it's usually necessary to use more complex sentences. Sentences which include parts with who, the person who, or the place where, or the thing that I did, whatever. So in this lecture, we'll see what the difference between all these words is, in which situations they are used, and what's important to remember in fact. Some examples. It's a machine which cuts grass. That's the dog which always barks at night. Which. From the examples, we understood that which is used when we speak about animals and when we speak about things. The machine which, the dog which. After that, this is a person who serves in a restaurant. They are people who hear you. Who is used with people, and it doesn't matter if you speak about one person or a group of people. Who is the word that you need. The third one. That's the shop where I bought my new shoes. This is the restaurant where they serve great wine. Where. Where introduces place. When you want to say where exactly, on which place exactly something happened, you use where. Where was place. Be careful here. Look at the examples. It's a machine which cuts grass. It's a machine that cuts grass. That's the dog which always barks. That's the dog which always barks. This is a person who serves. This is a person that serves. They are people who hear you. They are people that hear you. Which means that which and who can be replaced with that. As a rule, remember, you can use that when you speak about animals, when you speak about things, and when you speak about people. So that can replace and who and which. By contrast, who only people, which things and animals. Let's practice what you've learned. And first of all, the PDF. In the first exercise, you need to choose between which, who, that, and where. In the second one, again, you need to use one of these connecting words, but you need to make sentences of your own. Be careful, I know that the exercises seem easy, but in fact it's really possible for you to make some small mistakes while trying to answer. See you in the answer section. Answers time. So in the first exercise, you needed to choose between which, who, that, and where. Just reminding you, which is used when you speak about things and animals, who when you refer to people, that can replace which and who. It means that you can use it in a situation where you speak about an animal or a thing or a person. Where is used when you speak about places. So let's see the answers. A hotel is a place plus where people stay. A dictionary is a book book think, which gives definitions. That's the girl who or that person, person plus who or person plus that, who works in a restaurant. A restaurant is a place, place plus where you can eat. Lions are animals, animals plus which live in Africa. A chemist is a shop, place plus where you can buy medicines. They are the children, people plus who or plus that, who broke my window. The second exercise, sentences of your own. So, the girl who was injured in the accident is now in hospital. The girl who, the girl that. This is the situation in which you just want to combine two sentences and to form a more complex one. Well, in these situations, who, that, which, where are really useful. A waitress served us. She was very kind. The waitress who served us was very kind. Person plus who or person plus that. This is the room, place, plus where. This is the room where we have our meetings. A bus which goes to the station runs every hour. Bus, think plus which. Or the bus that goes to the station runs every hour, the same. This is just our introduction to relative clauses. That's how they are called as a grammar term. There is some additional information that I will give you a little bit later. Just follow the approach of the course. Do not try now to remember everything. Follow the lectures, do the exercises, and you will really have great results. Promise you. See you in the next lecture. Past simple is something that we also spoke about in the previous level. Do you remember that then I gave you 40 verbs, the main verbs? Well, now is the time to, let's say, expand your knowledge a little bit. In the section after this lecture, you will find attached a list of modal verbs plus cards that will help you memorize the pronunciation and the forms of a lot of more verbs. This time I want you to remember the 3 forms. So learn by heart the 3 forms of the modal verbs. Why 3 and when are we going to use the 3rd form? You will understand in a few lectures. But please start memorizing. These forms you need by heart. Almost no logic here. And I hope that the example sentences will be really helpful, because on this way you can put a verb in context and see how actually the forms are formed and how they are used in real life. Also, you will find a PDF with your exercises, which means please go and check the PDF by yourselves, because what we are starting with now are the answers of the exercises. In order an exercise to be really useful for you, what you need is to do the exercise on your own and to check it only after that. I hope you've done the exercises by yourself. So a quick revision. In past simple, regular and irregular verbs. The irregular verb forms its positive form in the past just by adding ed at the end. The irregular verb has a specific form, the second form in the chart that you have attached. When we need to use a negative form, the negative form is formed by adding didn't, and we use after that the basic form of the verb. Visited, positive, didn't visit, negative. There is no difference in the formation of negative forms when we speak about regular or irregular verbs. You use didn't and after that the main form of the verb. The question you form with did at the beginning. After that comes the basic form, the infinitive. Exercises. So the first one, open the brackets in past simple. Be careful about the irregular verbs here. 3 summers ago, we had a holiday in Paris. We drove, driven. Let's say the 3 forms in order you to start memorizing them. In fact, we drove there from London, but our car brake broke down on the motorway, and we spent the first night in a small town. When we got to Paris, we couldn't, and find after that. Be careful here. Can, is a modal verb. After a modal verb, you need the infinitive. Can in the past, could. Negative, couldn't. And the same rule applies. Couldn't plus infinitive. Couldn't find. A good hotel. They were, was, been. The plural form in the past were. They were awful. We didn't know what to do. No, knew, known. But here we speak about the past in negative verb form. So we need didn't plus the basic form. We didn't know what to do in the end, and we found a bed and breakfast, and we stay, regular verb, stayed there for the week. We saw, seen, saw the castle, and gone, went sightseeing, and bought a lot of souvenirs. We, regular verb, want. We wanted to go to a lovely lake nearby, but we didn't have had much time, and it, second form, was far away. When it started, regular verb, when it started raining, we went back to the hotel. I hope the exercises was really easy for you. Again, open the brackets in past simple. And the same logic. I'm telling you the 3 forms just to help you revise. I came to England in 1993. She stood under a tree to shelter from the rain. They did their homework yesterday. We sang too much last night. I have a sore throat. He already eaten. He already ate all the cake. The child fallen off his bicycle. Fell off. It took 3 hours to drive to Paris. I found your keys under the table. She got a new bike for her birthday. She sold. She sold her house last year. One more. We gone. We went to New York in January. Finally, my mother let me go to a party. It was cold last night. I met John at the weekend. Lucy paid the bill before leaving the restaurant. We seen. We saw the new film yesterday. She worn. She wore her new coat to the party. I thought. I thought my football team would win. They put. They put their bags in the bedroom. Billy ran after the bus. Good beginning. As an attached link, you will find a cute song which is very popular on YouTube, in fact, and it has been shared millions times on Facebook. Probably you've seen it, but I think it can help you as well memorize the irregular verbs in a little bit less standard way. Good luck with learning irregular verbs, and see you in the next section, where we will start with another tense about the past. See you! Time for one more tense, past continuous. So first, how this and the next two lectures are structured. In this one, we'll pass the whole theory, everything that you need to know at this level for past continuous. In the next video will be the exercises, only the exercises, and in the one after that is the comparison between past simple and past continuous. Let's get started. Some situations first. Yesterday, Mark and Anne played basketball. They started at 9 and finished at 11. At 10:30, they were playing basketball. Were playing. One more situation. We had dinner from 6 to 7 p.m. yesterday. At 6:30, we were still having dinner. We were still having dinner. What's the situation like? So let's take the last example. We started dinner at 6. We finished at 7. The whole action refers to the past. It happens in the past. And at 6:30, we were still having. We were in the middle of the action. We were in the progress of doing that action. We were having dinner at 6:30. The forms. I was traveling. You were traveling. He was traveling. She was traveling. It was raining. We were traveling. You were traveling. And they were traveling. What you probably noticed is that the forms of past continuous are quite similar to the forms of present continuous. The only difference, in present continuous, we use the present forms of the verb to be, logically. In past continuous, we use the past forms of the verb to be. After that follows the verb plus ing. After we know how the positive structures in past continuous are formed, let's see the negative and the question sentences. I wasn't traveling. Was negative wasn't plus verb wasing. We weren't traveling. Were negative weren't plus verb wasing. And the questions, was he traveling? You change the places of the verb to be and the pronoun. Was he traveling? Were they traveling? The short answers, yes he was, no they weren't. Wonderful. Let's understand when exactly this tense is used. The situation again. Ben was watching TV when we arrived. Ben was watching TV when we arrived. An action in progress. Ben was watching TV. When we arrived, something else happens. The first action, the action in past continuous, started before the action in past simple and continued after that. So when we speak about an action which takes a period of time in the past as past continuous, we use this structure, the structure of past continuous. Ben was watching when something else happened, when we arrived. Another example. I was walking home when I met Anne. I was walking, an action in progress. When something else happened, when I met Anne. An action in progress interrupted by another action. This another action goes in past simple. The first action, which is in progress, past continuous. While we were talking, the phone rang. While we were talking, while after that we always have an action in progress and we always need continuous tense. While something was happening, while we were talking, something else happened. The phone rang. Remember these schemes? They're really useful and it's easy to understand the tense just by checking the scheme. In short, past simple is formed with the correct past form of the verb to be, was or were, after that followed by the verb plus ing form, was, wasn't, and inversion in the question. We use it when we speak about an action in progress in the past. I was walking at 6:30. It means that I started before, I will continue after, and at that moment I was in progress of the action. Or the second situation, we use it when there is an action in progress which is interrupted by another action. In this case, we speak about the usage of past continuous and past simple. We'll practice all of these, don't worry. Just theory first. So see you in the next video where the exercises will be. Please check the PDF in advance. See you! As I've promised you, in this video we are doing exercises only. So I hope you've already checked the PDF and have done the exercises yourself. Have you? If not, pause the video and do it. If yes, let's keep going. Past continuous, summary, you know how the forms are formed already. The verb to be in the past in its correct form, plus the verb plus ing. Great. Let's see it in practice. The first exercise. I was running when you saw me. I was running, an action was in progress when something else happened. Remember, it's very important in these exercises to think. I mean, it's really easy you just to sit down and open the bracket in past continuous, right? These are the instructions in fact. But it's quite more valuable and important for you to think why in each of these situations past continuous is needed. Why is there a verb in another tense? And why we didn't use past simple, for example, here. So let's keep on and I'll continue explaining. The second sentence. They were waiting for the bus when the accident happened. They were waiting, an action was in progress when something else happened, when the accident happened. Tom and Anne were dancing at 8 p.m. It means at 8 p.m. they were in the middle of the action. The action was in progress. It had started before and it would continue after. But at 8 p.m. they were dancing. The action was in progress. Number 4. Anne wasn't eating a sandwich when Ben came. Wasn't eating, an action was not in progress when something else happened. Number 5, question. What were Pete and Jessica doing when Mark phoned? Which action was in progress when something else happened? Were doing when Mark phoned. Number 6. Was Sally taking a photo when I phoned? Again question, again the same structure. A sentence in progress, past simple after that. Was Sally taking a photo? Was that action in progress when something else happened? Anne and Jane weren't talking, the action was not in progress when something else happened. When Tom fell in the river. Fell 3 forms. You're studying the irregular verbs, right? So fall, fell, fallen. You will need the 3 forms quite soon. Please keep on studying. Second exercise. Sentences in past continuous. It was raining at noon. The action was in progress at that part of the day. What were they doing? Why was she running? Be careful with the spelling here. You have probably noticed that the spelling rules are the same as the spelling rules which we spoke about in the present continuous section. Running, double N. Why? Short verb finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. He wasn't reading. Number 4. Number 5. What were we doing at that time? Question. 6. He wasn't watching a film at 4 p.m. He wasn't watching. 7. I was doing my homework at 6 o'clock. You see, in this exercise, for example, the accent is not on the context. So you can't understand for each and every sentence why exactly we need past continuous. The idea of this exercise is to practice the forms. 8. Where was it raining? Where was it? Question with question word. Where was it raining? He was shopping when I called him. He was shopping. Shop, be careful with the spelling. She was having dinner when we arrived. Now is the time to pay attention to something different. Do you remember it was several lectures ago when we spoke about stative verbs? Well, the same rules are here. These stative verbs do not have continuous forms. In general, it doesn't matter if we speak about present continuous, past perfect continuous, present perfect continuous, or whatever. The group of stative verbs do not have continuous forms. But you remember, have does not have a continuous form when it expresses possession. In our case, have dinner, it's not possession, it's just a phrase. So because of that, in this sentence, it's not a problem to say she was having dinner, an action was in progress, when we arrived, when something else happened. Ready for the next set of exercises? Past simple and past continuous. See you in the next video. So far, we know 2 past tenses, past simple and past continuous. Let's see what's the difference between them in context and how can we choose which tense we actually need. Examples, of course. The first one. I was walking home when I met Anne. I was walking, an action in progress, when something else happened, when I met Anne. When introduces past simple after that. Something was happening when something else happened. Another situation. While we were talking, the phone rang. You know this example. While something was happening or while an action was in progress, Something else happened. The phone rang. While, past continuous. Something else after that, past simple. While we were talking, they were playing. While one action was happening, another action was happening as well. While we were talking, they were playing. Past continuous, past continuous. Or, as a rule, we may say that while is used with past continuous when with past simple. But be careful here. This is just the basic rule, which, of course, unfortunately, has its exceptions. So, a little bit later, we will see in what situations these exceptions appear, but for now, remember, while, past, past continuous, when, in the past, past simple. And let's see the exercises. There are 2 exercises. The task is one and the same. What you need to do is to open the brackets using past simple or past continuous. Think for every situation. Think for the context. Try to imagine what is happening so it will be easier for you after that to speak. Because the idea of all of these grammar exercises is to make you feel more confident while you're talking, right? It's not the idea of just doing exercises mechanically. See you in the answer section. Good luck. Past simple or past continuous? Let's check your answers. The first one. Tom finished his lunch and rang his friend Jason. Finished and rang. The actions happen one after another in the past, and none of these actions is in progress. Jason was watching TV when Tom phoned him. Was watching TV, the action is in progress, past continuous. Was watching. When Tom phoned him, when something else happened. When was past simple. He turned off the TV when he heard the phone ringing. Here, irregular verb. Here, heard. The actions happen one after another in the past. We need past simple in both cases. They decided what to do when Mark suggested going out. The actions happen one after another in the past. The 2 verbs are regular. Tom picked Jason up and drove to the club. The actions again happen one after another. Drive, drove, driven. Past simple. 2 other people were using their tennis court when they arrived. So they arrived. This is action in the past. And when they arrived, something was in progress. The fact that somebody else was using their tennis court started before they arrived and continued after they arrived, which means that we need past continuous exactly. Tom was drinking a soda and eating a sandwich while they were waiting to play. While. So 1 action, 2 actions in fact were in progress while something else was happening. Imagine the situation. Tom was staying there in front of the court and waiting for the other guys to stop playing. So he was drinking and eating at the same time while they were waiting to play. It's really easy if you imagine the situations, and it will really help you speak easier after that. Second exercise. The phone was ringing while I was sleeping. The first action was in progress while something else was in progress. Here you can say the phone rang while I was sleeping also. It depends on what connotation you need, on what meaning you want to add in the context. If you want to say that the telephone was ringing for a long period of time, then you say the phone was ringing. If you want to say that the phone just rang once, you'd better say the phone rang while I was sleeping. Second, I was cooking dinner when Tom arrived. I was cooking. The first action was in progress when the other one happened, when Tom arrived. The arrival of Tom interrupted my cooking. The dog was barking and they were trying to sleep. The first action in progress, the second action in progress as well, both of them in past continuous. While we were dancing, the music stopped. So we were dancing, we continued dancing, but while we were dancing, the music stopped. We were in the middle of the action when something else happened. Past simple for the second verb. Sam was listening to music, so he didn't hear you. Sam was listening, the action was in progress. Sam was listening, so he didn't hear you. Here is also one of the stative verbs, or of those verbs that you can't use in continuous tenses. Obviously, here you don't have even option. Didn't hear, past simple. While we were talking, someone stole my bag. Imagine the situation. You were talking with a friend of yours. Somebody else passed by and stole your bag. It's obvious. The action of talking is continuous. So past continuous. While we were talking, someone stole my bag. Something happened. Someone stole my bag. Past simple. The prisoner ran away while the policemen were joking. The action that was in progress is the second one. They were joking. And while they were joking, something else happened. Past simple, the prisoner ran away. Well done, guys. See you in the next video. Let's speak about questions again. But you know the approach of the course. We will do revision of what we know and we will continue with some other new things. Because believe me, you do still have what new to learn. Example. Bus 43 goes to the center. I want to ask two questions. The answer of the first question will be to the center. The answer of the second question will be bus 43. Good. The first one, the center. Where does the bus go to? To the center. Go to, verb plus preposition, tense present simple. So it's clear. You need does because we form a question in present simple for it, and the preposition goes at the end. Where does the bus go to? To the center. What about here? Bus 43 is the answer. Well, here the question looks like that. Which bus goes to the center? Bus 43. Which bus goes to the center? Not which bus does go. Okay? Which bus goes? Another example, and I'll explain after that. Emma had pizza for lunch. Two questions again. The answer of the first question will be pizza. The answer of the second one, Emma. What did Emma have for lunch? Pizza. Why? Question in past simple, simple question. It's all clear here. When we ask about Emma, well, then the question looks like that. Who had pizza for lunch? Emma. Let's look at these two sentences and try to understand what's the difference between the word colored in green and in blue. Emma had pizza for lunch. Emma is the subject of the sentence. Subject means the person who is doing the action. The person who is doing the action is Emma. Pizza is the object or something else which is not doing the action, okay? So, when you ask a question for something different from the subject of the sentence, whichever else other part different from the subject of the sentence, then you form the normal questions that we know. What did Emma have? Where do you go? What does he do? And so on. But when we ask a question about the subject of the sentence, about the person who is doing the action, well, then we have the normal structure of the sentence. We do not add the question words. We just use the simple informative structure of the sentence without the need of adding do, this, that. Emma had pizza. Emma, subject. Who had pizza for lunch? Emma. Another example. Something strange happened last night. Something strange, subject. So the strange question. What happened? What? And only the verb. It's very easy, in fact. What happened last night? Something strange. It will be wrong if you say, what did happen? No. Something strange, the answer, is the subject of the sentence, which means we need the question structured on this way. What happened last night? Something strange. After that, the answer is last night. The question, when did something strange happen? Last night. When? You ask for a different part of the sentence, different from the subject. So, when did something strange happen? Last night. The rule. When you ask a question about the subject, you use the verb in the correct tense. Speaks, who speaks, what happened, who was there, and so on. You don't need the question words. This rule obviously needs practice. So here are the exercises, 7 sentences you need to make questions. Pause the video, do the sentences, and let's check them together. Okay, the first one. Where were you last night? Simple question, we have the verb to be. Where, question word. Where were you last night? Who wrote that book? Who wrote that book? Because the book was written in the past. And you ask about the person who did it. You ask about the subject. So, who wrote that book? What is going on upstairs? Normal question be going to. When did she come back? Normal sentence in past simple. When did she come back? For example, she came back at 2. At 2 is the answer. But if the question is about she, yes, who came back at 2? She. She came back at 2. Here, of course, it's possible to say when is she going to come back? But the accent is just not on the tenses now. Okay? Number 5. Which train goes to Manchester? Which train is a question for the subject of the sentence. Which train? Train 1, train 5, the train at 9, and so on. If the question is about Manchester, then what? Yes, then where does the 5 o'clock train go to? You have the normal sentence in present simple. Number 6. Who visited you last night? Who visited you? Who was the verb in the correct tense, past simple because of last night. But if the answer of the question is last night, yes. When did somebody visit you? Answer last night. When did visit? This is the normal way of forming a question in past simple. What happens at the end of the movie? In general, what happens? You ask about the subject of the sentence. There will be other exercises and we will continue practicing this one. If you need, find more exercises online now. The basic rule to remember: when you ask about the subject of the question, you need to use the verb in the correct tense. This is. You don't need to put do, did, does, and so on. See you in the next lecture. This is the first lecture in the whole course in which we'll speak about linking words, or in other words, how to combine our short sentences with the correct small words to make them meaningful, and how to choose between, in our example, so, because, but, and although. Let's look at some situations. She was sad because she failed the exam. Because she failed the exam, she was sad. So after because, we speak about the reason why something happened. She was sad because she failed the exam. Because she failed the exam, she was sad. They crashed because they were driving fast. Because they were driving fast, they crashed. Another example of because: after because you give the reason why something happened. They crashed because, and here is the reason, they were driving fast. They were driving fast, so they crashed. You see the difference? After so, we give the result of the action. They were driving fast, so they crashed. They crashed because they were driving fast. As a rule, because expresses the reason. After because you give the reason why something happened. After so, you give the result. Something happened, so what? Because they crashed because they were driving fast. They were driving fast, so they crashed. Another example. She wanted to cross, but she couldn't. She wanted, but she couldn't. Contrast. Or she couldn't cross although she wanted. Contrast, this time although. Although she wanted to cross, she couldn't. Another way to express contrast again. I wanted to call you, but I was busy. I couldn't call you although I wanted. Although I wanted to call you, I couldn't. So, but and although are also used to express contrast. You wanted to do something, but you couldn't. Something needed to happen, but it was impossible. These small words, or the linkers, are that part of grammar which needs more feeling for the grammar actually, and which needs more exercises. That's what we are starting right now. The exercise is only 7 sentences. Check the PDF on your own. We are starting with the check right now. Pause the video, do the exercises. We are checking the sentences now. We couldn't wait for the bus, so we walked home. Although it was very hot, she was wearing a jacket. Contrast. She woke up, reason, because the dog was barking. If you want to use so in this sentence, you can say, the dog was barking, so she woke up. I wanted to talk to you, but your phone was off. Contrast. Although she's pretty, she's still single. Contrast. The show was not interesting, so I went to bed. Result. Or the same sentence. Because the show was not interesting, I went to bed. Because it was a day off, all of the cafes were full. The same sentence. It was a day off, so all of the cafes were full. You see that with these linking words, there are a lot of options, and you can vary your way of talking, your way of expression, based on how good you are with these linkers. Extra exercise: take these small words, so, because, but, and although, and write down sentences of your own. Waiting forward to reading your answers, and see you in the next video. In this video, I want to speak about the differences between on time, in time, and at the end, in the end. So let's see what these short words change in the meaning of the phrases. For example, let's meet at 11:30. Okay, I'll be on time. On time. Or, did you like the conference? Yes, it was well organized. It started and finished on time. Another example. Will you be at home in time for lunch? I'll do my best. In time. Try to catch the difference just from the sentences. Shall we manage it? Sure, we'll be just in time. So the difference. Here are the sentences that we used, and the sentences with on time. For example, yes, I'll be on time. It means punctual. Or the second meaning is something that is going up to the schedule. Something is going up to the plan. Then you say that something is on time. When something is in time, you mean that it happens at around the agreed time. And that's an important difference. You are around the agreed time and you are not too late. On time, in time. Choose a situation and remember the situation. On this way, it will be really easy for you to remember the difference between the grammar structures. The next pair. Are you going to marry her in the end? High time, probably. In the end. That was such a broken car. I'm happy we sold it in the end. I would never buy something like this, in fact. Congratulations. In the end. And the other one. How was the concert? Great. Everyone applauded at the end. At the end. Did you meet Derek? Yes, at the end of the game. And the differences now. When you use in the end, as in the sentences that we've already seen, you mean finally, or after a period of difficulties. Finally? Are you going to marry her finally? Or we finally succeeded in selling our car after a period of difficulties. When you say at the end, you mean after something is over. After the game is over, I'm going to see him. Everyone applauded after the game was over. Write these differences down, please, plus examples of your own. It's very important, all of these grammar rules, to be associated with examples that you know and that you can easily think of. This is actually the best way for you to remember new rules. The exercises. Check the PDF. you need to choose between in the end, at the end, on time, in time. Okay? So the first exercise, on time or in time. The bus was late this morning, but it is usually on time. The film was supposed to start at 8:30, but it didn't begin on time. Up to the schedule. I like to get up in time to have a big breakfast before going to work. In time, not too late. We want to start the meeting on time, so please don't be late. Up to the schedule. On time. He's always late at work. He's hardly ever on time. Punctual. The conference will start on time. Up to the schedule. Without any delay. Okay? And the second one. In or at. I'm going abroad at the end of the month. When you see of something, you always need at the end. You can't say in the end of the month. No, at the end of the month. I couldn't find a job for quite a long time. In the end, finally, I gave up. After a period of difficulties, I gave up. Is he going away at the end of September? At the end of something, at the end of, after something is over. I have no idea what she needs. I didn't buy anything in the end. So I had a period of difficulties. I was wondering what to buy and why not. Finally, I didn't buy anything. In the end. I'll be moving house at the end of January. At the end of. What did you do in the end? What was the final step that you took? Good. That was just to give you a little bit of power before we start with the next lecture. So see you, and yes, we continue with tenses. First we learn something, then we revise it, and after that add new things. This approach you already know. So in this video we are going to talk about present simple again, but this time present simple for the future. Let's see what it means. What you know so far are the forms of present simple, and these forms are the same regardless of the usage. It doesn't matter if we speak about something which happens every day or something that happens in the future. These are the forms that we are going to use. When we speak about the future, let's see what we mean in the context of present simple. For example, the plane arrives at 11:30, or the film starts at 9 p.m. The cafe opens at 11. She has a history class tomorrow. So what it means? Look at the sentences again. The plane arrives, the cafe opens, the film starts. It's what? It's timetable. When we speak about scheduled activity, or when we describe a timetable, we use present simple, and this is the future usage of present simple. The other example, she has a history class tomorrow. This is again fixed plan. This is your personal schedule, your personal timetable. When you hear schedule and when you hear timetable, please, from now on, think about present simple. And let's see this one in one exercise. Please check the PDF by yourselves, and we are going to do it together. Alright, these are the sentences. What time does the restaurant close? It's simple present. Nothing changes. Just I want to explain why in each of these sentences we need present simple for the future. So, what time does the restaurant close? Yes, schedule, scheduled activity, timetable. The film begins at 8. Timetable. My sister's birthday is on Wednesday. It's fixed. It can't be changed. The bus leaves Frankfurt at 7:25. When you see timetable, it's present simple. The train arrives in Paris at 10. Same logic. The festival ends on Sunday. Timetable. The next bus comes in 35 minutes. Comes. Timetable. Present simple. Which day does the exhibition open? It's a scheduled activity. Present simple for the future. What day is it tomorrow? It can't be changed. My lesson starts in 10 minutes. Personal schedule. So the only thing you need to remember from this lesson: present simple, future usage when you speak about timetable and scheduled activities. Next video. After present simple, again, comes present continuous. This time with its future meaning. Let's see what it means. The forms first. You know them, just revising. To make a sentence in present continuous, you need the correct form of the verb to be, then the verb plus ing. I'm talking, I'm not talking, are you talking? The same forms, of course, are kept when we speak about present continuous for the future. So it's only the usage that we change, not the forms. Examples. I'm seeing some friends tonight. We are having dinner at their house next week. What are you doing tonight? Think for the usage. What is this? What's the common between all examples? They aren't coming to the concert. Did you guess it? Yes. With all of these examples, we speak about personal arrangements and meetings. I'm seeing, I'm having dinner, what are you doing, and so on. Personal arrangement. Remember this one. When you say, for example, that you have an arrangement with the doctor, you say, I'm seeing the doctor tomorrow, or I'm seeing some friends tonight. It's meeting. Personal arrangement, meeting. Again, it's important. And let's see it in practice. The exercise is in the attached PDF. Please do it, and we are checking the forms together. Again, plus explanations, of course, because it really matters. Okay? Where are you going? What's your arrangement? What's your plan? How long are you going for? Are you going with your family? Where are you staying? Are you visiting some interesting places? So here we speak about personal arrangements. It's very close to be going to. About the differences, we'll speak a little bit later. See you in the next video. Welcome to the next exercises lecture in our course. And as here we'll be doing revision plus exercises, please check the PDF by yourselves and let's get started. So the first thing I'd want us to do is to compare the future usages of present simple, present continuous, and be going to. Here are some sentences just to remind you the most frequent usage of these tenses for the future. For example, the plane arrives at 11:30. Present simple. I'm seeing some friends tonight. Continuous. I'm going to sell my car. Look at the sky. It's going to rain. Be going to usages. So in the first example, the plane arrives, we speak about schedule or timetable. These are the keywords you need to associate present simple for the future with: schedule, timetable. After that, I'm seeing the doctor, I'm meeting some friends, I'm doing this and this tonight. When you speak about personal arrangement or meeting, you use present continuous. Then, I'm going to sell my car. I'm going to change my job. This is your plan. This is something which you thought about yesterday or last year or last week. Something that you are seeing now and something that is going to happen in the future because this is your plan. The last usage, you see something and you expect that something is going to happen, or this is be going to for predictions. Look at the sky, it's going to rain. There are some situations in which you can choose between present continuous and be going to, but here just keep in mind that in the grammar exercises, it's up to your understanding or up to finding the marker. When you speak, well, then it depends on what you want to say. In those situations, you can really choose the most appropriate structure up to your grammar knowledge. That's why it's important. So let's get started with the exercises. I hope you've already done them by yourselves. If not, now is the time to pause the video, to do the exercises, and to check everything together after that. Alright, the first one plus explanations, of course. We are going to the cinema tonight. We are going to the cinema. It's our plan. We are going to the cinema. Does the film start at 3? Timetable, present simple. Last night I spoke with Anne. We are going to visit Wien. So you spoke about something, you decided something, and this something is going to happen in the future. It's your plan for the future. Your shoes are dirty. Are you going to clean them? You see something and you expect something to happen. Be going to for the future. What time does the train arrive? Schedule, timetable, present simple. What time does the train arrive? I start my new job next Tuesday. I start, yes, it's personal schedule. When you use it, you need present simple. The second exercise. Take an umbrella, it's going to rain. The same situation as in the lectures, in fact. Imagine that you're opening the window, you're looking out of the window. You can see that there are clouds and you're saying, take your umbrella, it's going to rain. So you see something and you expect something to happen, which means be going to for the future. Attention please, the next race starts at 9:30. Scheduled activity, present simple. I'm going to the cinema next week. I already have a ticket. I'm going to the cinema. It's your plan or it's your personal decision. Here be careful with the verb go. It's really not common. It's in fact very rare to hear I'm going to go. Okay? People prefer just the short form. I'm going to the cinema. That's it. Why are you leaving? I'm going to have a rest. So it's your decision. You have a plan to do something. Okay? You thought about it and you decided that you're going to do it. Here, in fact, you can use one more tense, but we'll speak about it a little bit later. He can give it to her because he's going to see her in the afternoon. Appointment. He's going to see her in the afternoon. It's an appointment. The phrase we need to use, go to see. Go, I told you, they don't use going to go. So it's okay to say he's going to see. The flight number leaves at 12. Leaves, present simple, scheduled activity. Good. See you in the next lecture. As we started speaking about the future, let's keep on going. The next tense we are going to talk about is future simple or just will. And let's look at the examples first. After that, we'll speak about the specific usage. I think he will come tonight. Think. I believe she will succeed. Believe. The verbs are important. So, think, believe. I believe he won't be on time. Believe. Will they be there tonight? As a structure. When we speak about the future and we want to use will, later we'll speak in what situations, here are the forms. The positive form can be either full or short. I will come, I'll come. Negative, he will not come. People don't use it quite often. He won't come. Will you come? Will they come? So what you need is just the auxiliary will and the verb after that. I will do it. I will come, he will come, and so on. The structure is quite easy. The usage as well. Let's look at the examples again. Yes, you're doing prediction. In all of these situations, you are not sure whether something will happen or not. You're not sure. And the verbs that you most commonly use will with are think, believe, hope. When you see these three verbs and when you speak about the future, there's a great chance that you need will future or future simple. So the first usage, you use will when you speak about predictions. Let's compare it with be going to. I think he will come tonight. Will, prediction. He called to say he is still at work. He is going to be late. So in the second case, you know something. And because you know something, you are sure that something is going to happen. When you use be going to, there is a high percent of certainty that something is to happen. Be going to is based on facts, okay? And the action is to happen. At least there is a high chance. Will, you express predictions with it. You speak about your personal belief, your personal hope, or your personal thought. I'll become a teacher, for example. But it's just a spontaneous decision. It's something just that you did right now. You're not sure. But I studied at university. I practiced a little bit. Now I'm sure I'm going to be a teacher. You see the difference? In the first situation, I just said something which is based on my thoughts, on my belief and my desires. In the second situation, I speak on something based on the facts. I predict that something is going to happen, considering what has already happened. Exercises. It's only one. Check the PDF or just pause the video now, do the exercise, and we are checking it immediately. Good. I hope they will come. Think, hope, believe. These verbs go with will. I hope they'll go. Look at those clouds. It is going to rain. Be going to, you predict something based on certain facts. It's going to rain. I think he'll pass his exam. Think, believe, hope. Verbs that are associated with will. I think he'll pass. He studies really hard. He is going to pass his exams. Fact. The fact is that he is studying really hard. Based on the fact, you say he is going to pass the exam. It's certain here. I believe he won't fail this time. I believe, hope, think, believe. These verbs go with will future. I believe he won't fail. It's just your belief. It's not based on true facts, at least not in the context. He's not paying any attention to the road. He's going to fall. Based on the facts, you predict what is going to happen in the future. He is going to fall. Be going to. The most important difference again, will, based on your beliefs, hopes, desires, and thoughts. When facts are included, you use be going to, when a situation is based on some certainty. See you in the next lecture where we'll speak about the other usage of will. So far, you know, when you speak about predictions based on your thoughts, beliefs, and desires, you use will or future simple. But that's not everything. In this video, we'll see what other usages of will it's important for you to know. Will for promises, offers, and decisions. Let's check it. Examples first. Oh, look at that hat. I'll buy it. Look over there, 2 tickets. Great, we'll go to the cinema. Let's compare with be going to. In be going to, you remember, there is a decision that was made before the moment of speaking. Then you say something in the present, and your decision made in the past is going to happen in the future. Okay, it's a process. You decide something in the past, you say it in the present, it is going to happen in the future. This is your decision. When you use will, then the situation is a little bit different. There is nothing that happened in the past. In fact, the whole action is in the present. In the present, you are deciding something, and in the present, you say that you will do something. Or, in other words, it's your spontaneous decision. And here is the difference between will and be going to. Be going to is more like planned decision that has different stages. In the past something happens, in the present something happens, in the future something is going to happen. Contrast will, where the whole action is focused in the present. You're deciding in the present, and the action will happen in the present. Spontaneous decisions. As a rule, will you use when there is a spontaneous decision. Be going to when you want to express your plans. Other situations and more comparisons. I promise I'll do it. I'll always be there for you. Promises. When you speak about promises, you use will future when you promise something. When the word promise is there, absolutely, or when the meaning of the sentence is that you promise something. In these two cases, you use will. Another situation. I'll help you with the homework, don't worry. Shall I open the window? When you offer help, when you offer to give somebody a hand, in these situations, you also use will. Promises, offers, spontaneous decisions. As a rule, will, here it is, spontaneous decisions, I'll do it. You decide that something will happen now, and you decide it now. You promise that something will happen now, and you offer somebody to do something for them. I'll help you. Shall I help you? Shall I do that? Well, enough for now. The next step is practice, of course. So let's compare and let's summarize everything that we know about the futurities. That's how they are called so far. And let's see how it will be. So check the PDF, do the exercises, think why you've answered in this or in that way, and we are checking everything together in a minute in the next video. See you there. We do already know several ways of talking about the future. Of course, there are differences, and of course, the better you choose the correct way of expressing your thoughts, the clearer the meaning of what you're saying will be. So because of that, it's important to know grammar, to be able to express yourself in a way that other people can understand you. Let's make a revision first of everything in this beautiful chart, and after that we'll check the exercise that you've already done. Present simple for the future. Schedule, timetable. The bus arrives, the plane starts, the class starts. Schedules, timetables. Present continuous. You have a personal appointment with somebody. You have a meeting. I'm seeing my doctor, I'm seeing my friends, I'm doing this and this tonight. Meetings. Will. You predict that something will happen, but you predict it based on your beliefs, hopes, and desires. There aren't facts here. You believe that something will happen, you hope that something will happen, you think that something will happen. These three verbs are your markers in the case. Another usage, spontaneous decision. So you see something and you decide that you will do something immediately. There is no planning, there are no thoughts before that. You just decide in this second that you will do something. For example, the situation. You're going down the street with a friend of yours. You're just looking at the shop windows. You see a pair of trousers, for example, and then you say, oh, I'll buy them. That's it. It's at the moment. You see them at the moment. You decide at this moment that something will happen. Spontaneous decisions. Then you promise something. You promise that you will do. The key word here, promise. But the situation, of course, can be with the meaning of promise without the word. I mean, I'll help you. It's not I promise that I'll help you. I'll help you. It's a promise, and it's with future simple. And the last thing that is associated with will are future facts. I'll become a teacher. I'll do this. I'll do that. Here, it's more like prediction. You can't be certain if you don't speak about facts that are already mentioned in the situation. The idea in be going to is a little bit more different. If in will you speak about spontaneous decisions, when it comes to be going to, now you express your plans. Plans are something that you thought about, that you're saying at the moment, and that is going to happen in the future. I'm going to sell my car. I'm going to buy a house. Yeah, it's not a spontaneous decision. Well, I wish you all to be able to make such spontaneous decisions, but I'm sorry, in the general case, these are plans. These are things that you thought about, that you considered. Another usage of be going to, you make a prediction based on facts. So will, prediction based on beliefs, be going to, prediction based on facts. You see something, clouds in the sky, and you know that it is going to rain. Enough with the summary. I hope that you have written down the chart and that you know these things in fact. So let's check the exercise. The bus leaves at 11:45. Why leaves? Present simple, schedules. You speak about scheduled activity. I'm seeing a doctor on Friday. I'm seeing, it's your appointment with an official. I'm seeing a doctor. My ski instructor believes, belief marker for will, it will snow in the mountains. On Sunday at 8 o'clock, I'm meeting my friend. I'm meeting or I'm going to meet. In this case, both are possible. It's your plan, it's your personal arrangement. Wait, I'll drive you to the station. It's a spontaneous decision. You see somebody that somebody is walking down the street, for example. It's an acquaintance of yours, and you say, I'll drive you to the station. The English lesson starts at 8:45. Starts, scheduled activity, present simple. I'm going to see my brother in May. Plan, be going to. If you think it's just a personal appointment, I'm seeing. Both of the cases are possible. In fact, in spoken English, be going to is preferred as a form. When it's about something more official, in these cases, usually present continuous is used. Look at the clouds. It's going to rain in a few minutes. Look at the clouds. You see something, and based on what you see, you expect that something is going to happen. Be going to. Facts. Listen, there's someone at the door. I'll open the door for you. So this thing is happening at the moment, and you spontaneously decide that you will do something. There's someone at the door. I'll open it for you. I hope that after all of these exercises, the future activities and the tenses that are used for the way we express them are quite more easier for you. So see you in the next lecture, and don't forget that in the next levels, of course, again, we'll speak about the future. See you in the next lecture. In this and the other several lectures, we start talking about one new tense, present perfect. Usually, the first time when people start studying present perfect, they find it hard. They find it difficult to understand when exactly to use it, how exactly to use it. Well, actually, the logic of present perfect is simple. So just follow the lectures, and by the end of this mini series for present perfect, you have mastered it. So first, let's see an example in which present perfect is used. Past simple. I went to that restaurant yesterday. Present perfect. I have never been in that restaurant before. I have never been. Okay, looking at the first sentence in past simple, you can easily answer the question when. When did you go to that restaurant? The answer? Yesterday. I went to the restaurant yesterday. When you look at the other sentence, the sentence in present perfect, I have never been in that restaurant before, well, it's not easy to say when exactly the action happened. When did you go? When have you been? No. So the first thing that I want you to remember about present perfect is that it doesn't answer the question when. When you don't know when something happened, and this thing happened in the past, well, this is the first situation in which you need present perfect. About usage, we'll speak in details. First, let's check the forms of present perfect, the positive, the negative ones, and the questions. Let's start with the positive. So looking at the chart, you can see that the only difference is in the form of the auxiliary verb have. I have, you have, he has. Okay, so here first you're careful about the have or has. If you speak about him, her, it, then you need has. In all the other cases, you need have. After that, you need the third form of the verb, the irregular verbs. Do you remember? Well, now is the time to show that you have mastered them. The chart with the irregular words, please check it again, and every time when you have some doubts, it's time to look back, to revise the forms, just to be sure that the basics that you're building are really clear. So how present perfect is formed? Have or has plus the third form of the verb if the verb is irregular, or the verb plus ed, the same form as the verb in past simple. I have seen, it has rained. Verb plus ed. Okay. So that's about the positive sentence. What about the negative one? Yes, the negative not goes to the auxiliary have. So the correct forms are I haven't seen, he hasn't seen. Have or has plus the third form of the verb or the verb plus ed. I haven't seen that film before. He hasn't seen that movie before. When it comes to the question, what you need to do is to exchange the places of the auxiliary and the pronoun. Have you seen? Has he seen? Which means you start with the auxiliary have or has. After that comes the pronoun, and then is again the verb in its third form, or the verb plus ed if the verb is regular. When the question is asked, you have an option again to give short positive and short negative answer. Have you seen that film before? Yes, I have. No, he hasn't. Let's practice the forms. And it's only the introductory, so I want you to pause the video now, to open the brackets in present perfect, only present perfect, and to check it together. Good. Now you are not thinking about why. You are not thinking about the usage. The only instruction you have given is open the brackets in present perfect. Let's get started. I have bought a new PC. I have bought. When? You don't know when. Have, buy, bought, bought. Have plus bought. He has arrived. He, so has, plus verb plus ed. Arrive is regular verb. He has arrived. We haven't worked together. We haven't. Haven't negative. Work positive. Worked. We haven't worked, regular verb, just ed. We haven't worked together. It has rained this morning. It has rained. It has. Rain is a regular verb, so the verb plus ed. It has rained. They heard of that. I've even given you the correct verb form here. So, have they heard of that? Here, heard, heard. Have they, inversion, heard. What has happened? It is the pronoun here, so has. What has happened? Oh, it's the forms. I think we don't have any problems now. Well, let's see in what situations present perfect is used and why people actually find it that hard. See you in the next video. How to structure present perfect, we do already know. Well, let's see now in what cases we need to use it. When we speak about experience example, let's take a look at what I mean. So here is the conversation. I've seen this book many times. Have you read it? No, I haven't. Let's look at these sentences again. I've seen this book many times. It means many times till now, till the moment of speaking. So I have some experience with this book. I can recognize it. Have you read it? Have you read it at any moment till the moment of speaking? Till now? Do you have experience with reading it? Okay, 3 more examples. I have never been in that restaurant before. Have you ever been to Canada? I've never tasted this. The common between all of them? Yes, we speak about life experience. So, I have never been in that restaurant. Till the moment of speaking, in the past, till now, I haven't been in that restaurant. Here is the really important thing that you need to remember about present perfect. It connects past with present. In the present, till the moment of speaking, I haven't been in that restaurant. Have you ever been to Canada? Ever, till the moment of speaking, till our current moment, have you been to Canada? Okay, this is the other question, same example, life experience. I've never tasted this. I've never, till this moment, tasted this. So life experience. Do you know when these things happened? No, you can't say when exactly something happened. For example, I didn't go to Canada in 1992. Okay, this is different story. In that case, you need past simple. But when you ask in general, when you ask about your experience with a situation in general, in that case, you need present perfect. So let's look at these situations 2 by 2, and your task is to think what's the difference. The first one, he's gone to the bank. He should be back soon. He's been to the bank this morning. Now he's in his office. He's gone. He's been. Next one. He's gone to Germany. He'll be there till the end of the month at least. I've been to Germany. It's a lovely country. Okay, you feel that there is some difference between these? Let's look at this picture. For example, the question is, have you been to Germany? And when you say, I have been to Germany, it means that you went and you came back. At this moment, you are in the country from where you started. I've been to Germany, I've been to Belgium, I've been to France. Now I'm in the country where I'm from. I've been to. But when you say I've gone to Germany, the story is different. You started from France and you reached Germany. At the moment of speaking, you are still in Germany. He's gone to Germany. He's there. It's not clear when he's coming back. I've gone to Germany. So this is the difference between have been, have gone. It's one of the details a lot of students find problems with, or at least they don't remember that there is a difference between these two structures. In order to practice, let's do the exercise. Have been, have gone. Pause the video, check the PDF, and we are doing it together. Alright? They are on holiday at the moment. They have gone to Spain. At the moment they are on their holiday. The holiday is in Spain, which means that they are not back. So they have gone. Where is Anne? She's not here. I think she has gone to the shop. She is not at the moment at the place where she was. She has gone to the shop and she is not back. She has gone. Hi Tom, where have you been? You look relaxed. So Tom has been on a holiday, for example. Now he's back. So he went, he came back. In this situation we need have been, exactly. Have you ever been to Argentina? Have you ever been means do you have the experience? Have you ever visited? That's how you can translate it. Have you ever visited Argentina? My sister isn't at home this evening. She has gone out. So at the moment, she is not here. She started from my flat, for example, and she went out. She is still not back home. She has gone out. The last one. I love Italy. I have been there many times. I have been there. This is my experience. I have been and I have come back. It's not set in the context that I'm still in Italy. I just love the country, which means that I visited and I come back from where I belong. I hope the explanations were clear enough and that you caught the logic. Two important things you need to remember from this video. Present perfect, used when you speak about your experience. Second thing, difference between have been, have gone. Have been, you went somewhere, you are back to the place where you belong. Have gone, you started a journey, for example, and you are still there. You are not back. See you in the next video where we are continuing with present perfect. Step by step we are getting better and we're understanding more and more things about present perfect. In this video, we'll speak about some words which add additional meaning and which are markers for perfect tenses. Yet, just, already. And yes, they have their specific usage. Yes, we need to be careful where we put them in the sentence. Let's see some examples. I have already finished my lunch. May I go out? Or, I have already done my homework. May I watch TV now? Already. Have already done. Two more sentences. Has he already come? Really? You have done your homework already? Okay, you see that there is a little bit of difference here. So, already, when you use it in a positive sentence, it means something that happened before now. Something that is already over. I have already visited that museum. When exactly? It's not said, it's not important. So because of that, we use present perfect. Have already done something. Something is done before the moment of speaking. The other case is the usage of already in a question. Have you already watched it? And on this way you express surprise. So you see, with the correct grammar structure, you can actually imply the meaning that you may miss if you don't have the vocabulary. Grammar matters a lot. Second word, just. I have just cleaned the house. Put off your shoes. The film has just started. You haven't missed anything. Just. Just is used, as you saw, in positive sentences. And the meaning is that something happened just now, just short time before the moment of speaking. This is also important. If you say, I have already cleaned the floor, it means, for example, that you cleaned it during the day and it's dry now. Everything is okay. But if you say, I've just cleaned the floor, be careful. It means that you have really just finished cleaning and at the moment the tiles could be wet, even still the floor could be wet. So just. Something happened just before the moment of speaking. Third word, yet. Have you cleaned yet? Come on, I'm waiting. No, I haven't cleaned yet. I'm starting. Or, have you done your homework yet? Come on, high time. No, I haven't started yet. In a minute, promise. So, yet has a nuance again. When you use it in a question sentence, you mean that the thing you are asking about was expected to happen earlier. You expected that the homework is done, or you expected that the floor is clean. So you expect something to happen earlier. When you use it in a negative sentence, I haven't been to Italy yet, you usually mean that you intend to do this thing soon, yet. And one chart, again, as always, as a summary: already, just, and yet. Already used in question and in a normal, simple sentence. Just only in positive, yet in question and negative. Summary: already is used when we ask if something has already been done at some moment before the moment of speaking. When you use it in a question, you express your surprise that something has already happened. Just only in positive sentence, it means that something has just happened, just before the moment of speaking. Yet, in a question and in a negative sentence, it means that something has not been done yet, but you intend to do it soon. So something hasn't been done, but soon you will do it. And the other situation in which you can use it, you just express surprise. With yet, you express your surprise that something has or hasn't been done. Exercises, it's only one. Check it in the PDF, and we are checking it after that together. Good? You're lucky, as just arrived home from work, just before the moment of speaking. So yes, you're really lucky. We've already been to that play twice. At some moment in the past, before the moment of speaking, that has happened. We've already been to that play twice. Has she opened the postcard yet? Or is she intending to do it soon? Yet. End of sentence. This is the other marker. Yet is used at the end of the sentence. They haven't come yet. Your boss has already tried to contact me several times. During the day, during the week, it doesn't matter. It's not exactly before the moment of speaking, but it is before the moment of speaking. He's just opened the door, I heard him. He's just opened right now, before the moment of speaking. So adding just, yet, and already on the correct places is really important. It may help you start expressing yourselves better. It may help you also paraphrase or add additional meaning to your sentences. Learn grammar. It's important. See you in the next video. Yes, again, present perfect. Welcome back. In this video, we will speak about the differences between for and since. So first, remember, these are again markers for perfect tense. I've been here since 6. Okay, let's see some examples and then understand what's the difference between for and since. I've lived there since 1999. I've lived there for 10 years. Since 1999, for 10 years. Just think about the difference. I've known him since first grade. I've known him for 2 months. Okay? He's been here since 3. He's been here for 3 hours. So look at the first column again, only the first one. All of the examples are with since. I've lived there since 1999. I've known him since first grade, and so on. Since is used plus moment after that. Since when? And you just say the moment. Since first grade. Since 3 p.m. Since plus moment. The difference. For plus period. For how long? That's the answer. So I've lived there for 10 years. I've known him for 2 months. For how long? He's been here for 3 hours. For how long? For plus period. It's your turn. I haven't played football last holiday. Moment or period? Moment. Since. He has studied English 10 years. Moment or period? 10 years. Period. For. They have had breakfast an hour. Period or moment? 1 hour. Period. For an hour. And again, 3 years. Moment or period? Period. For. I haven't seen him for 3 years. January. Moment or period? Moment. Since January. I haven't seen him since January. If you want to make it a moment, a period, you need a month. I haven't seen him for a month. Last year. Moment or period? Since last year. Moment. Ages. Moment or period? It refers to a long time, which means for period. My parents' wedding. Moment or period? Since. Moment and a second. Yes, it's a short, but it's a period. For a second. So think for some other examples that you may add in these 2 columns. And I'm looking forward to reading your suggestions. See you in the next video. As you already know enough, in fact, for present perfect, let's compare it with past simple. So in this video, we'll make a revision of the basic rules, of the grammar rules that you know. In the next one will be the exercise. So let's first compare and see where the differences and the similarities are. I was at home last night. You know when something happened. When you know when something happened, yes, past simple. I've been there before. You don't say when exactly, it doesn't matter for the context of the sentence. You speak about your past experience. When you speak about past experience, in this situation you need present perfect. When was your visit to Spain? Have you ever visited Spain? So when the question starts with the question word when, then it's a marker that you need past simple. Ever is one of the markers for present perfect. Ever, never, recently, lately. So ever is marker for present perfect. With ever, you ask about experience. Have you ever done this? Or have you ever done that? Next one. How long was he married? He was married for 3 years. How long have you been married? We've been married for 3 years. Read carefully the explanation which is given in italic. Not married anymore when you speak about this in past simple, still married when you say the same sentence but use present perfect. And here is the other important thing for present perfect. The idea of present perfect is to connect past with present. It gives the linking between the past and the present. By contrast, Past simple refers to the past, only to the past. Another sentence. Markers. These are the key words that will always help you identify the tense if you are not sure in one grammar exercise. When it comes to speaking, just be careful which structure you exactly are going for. That's why in order you to speak, you need to know grammar really well. On this way, you can form your sentences in the correct and, more importantly, understandable way. So the markers for past simple: last year, yesterday, a month ago, a second ago, a minute ago, and so on. Present perfect. Here be careful. Ever, never. Positive or negative sentence, positive or negative meaning, experience. Recently, lately, just yet, already. Just yet, already revise the difference if you don't remember something. For and since. For plus period, since plus moment. Okay. More. When you use past simple, the action, as I told you, happens only in the past and it stays there. When you use present perfect, the action happens in the past and has a result in the present. It's connected with the present. So exactly as on the chart below, present perfect is in fact the bridge between past and present. Theoretically speaking, everything seems well enough. Let's see what will happen in the exercises. See you in the next video with the exercises. Time to understand if everything that I've been explaining to you, you have understood. Or in other words, time for exercises. Please check the PDF by yourselves. In general, all of the exercises are present perfect or past simple. And let's do the exercises together. The most important point here, to understand why we use this tense and not that tense. So let's get started. When did you meet her? When. The question when shows you that you need past simple after that. When did you meet her? How long? How long marker for present perfect. How long have you known him? Have you ever visited Mexico? Ever marker for present perfect. Have you ever visited? Visit, regular verb. How was your holiday last year? Last year marker for past simple. I haven't seen him for ages. For plus period, marker for present perfect. She came back home, had dinner, and went to bed. Actions that happen one after another in the past, you know this one, we use past simple. Next one. I haven't met him recently. Recently, marker for present perfect. Let's revise all of the markers, in fact. So, when we use present perfect, we have ever, never, recently, lately, for, since, just, yet, already. Good. The second sentence. She appeared a minute ago. Ago, marker for past simple. They haven't spoken to each other for a week. For, marker for present perfect. For a week. The last time, the first time, past simple. I saw him, see, saw, seen, so the second form is saw. He looked stressed. The last time I saw him, he looked stressed. The last time, marker for past simple. See, saw, seen, so we need here the second form irregular verb. He looked stressed, looked, past simple, just ed. My sister has never spent a day out of the country. never. Yes, marker for present perfect. Spend, spent, spent. These are the forms of the irregular verb spend. So before we continue with the next exercise, I want to check one structure. Look at this sentence. I haven't seen him since we graduated. So when you have since, before since we usually use present perfect. After since, past simple. Remember the structure. Since when? Since we graduated, past simple after that. Okay. And the result of this situation is in the present. As always in present perfect. You remember this one. Present perfect connects past and present. So sentences. We haven't spent a minute together since he came back. Haven't spent since. So before since, we need present perfect. After since, past simple. Since I saw him, I haven't stopped thinking about him. Be careful. Since when? Since I saw him. So the past simple goes after since. See? So. Since I saw him, I haven't stopped thinking. Present perfect. I haven't stopped thinking about him. The third one. He hasn't enjoyed an evening out for a long time. He hasn't enjoyed for a long time. For is the marker for present perfect. She hasn't read a better book since she graduated school. When you see since in a sentence, the first thing you need to be checking is if you have another verb form after since. If this is the case, and there is a verb after since, this verb goes in past simple. Then the verb before since goes, yes, you know it, in present perfect. Enough. For now, enough for present perfect. Well, there is another revision that's waiting for you in the next lecture, but let's say that it's a little bit different. Go check it. I'll be waiting for you there. Before we continue with the other lectures, in which we are not going to talk about tenses only, I want to make a revision now. A revision of all of the tenses that we have learned so far. So now is the time to pause the video, to do the exercises, and to check everything together after that. Starting. The first exercise, in fact all of them, open the brackets. What you need to be careful about are the tense markers. In what situation, which tense you need to use, depends on the context of the situation. You know this one. So, checking answers, explaining why. Tom is singing. I can hear him even here. I can hear him now. Now, present continuous, is singing. How long have you lived in that city? How long? Marker for present perfect. Question. So we change the places of you and have. How long have you lived in that city? When did you move in? When did you move in? When is the marker for past simple. I feel as you have lived here for ages. For ages. For indicates period. Marker for present perfect. Have lived. He usually goes to work by car, but today he is going on foot. Something which usually happens, present simple. But today, contrast, present continuous. He is going on foot. Has he ever felt sorry? Ever? Never? Recently? Lately? For? Since? Just? Yet? Already? Present perfect. You know this one. So the question, has he ever felt? Feel, felt, felt. Next exercise. I haven't seen him since I came back. I haven't seen him since. The structure with since, before since, we use present perfect. After since, past simple. Is everything alright? Have you called him recently? Is everything alright now after he came back? Recently, marker for present perfect. Oh, look at that dress over there. I'll buy it. Definitely. Have you ever seen something so marvelous? The first gap. Imagine the situation, the dress is seen now, at the moment. So it's not your plan. You make a spontaneous decision. Spontaneous decision to do something in the future. In this scenario, we need will. Have you ever seen, ever? Present perfect, you ask about experience. Your boss leaves in an hour and you haven't prepared the suitcase yet. Leaves in an hour, this is timetable. Timetables, we need present simple with future meaning. You haven't prepared the suitcase yet. Yet is the marker for present perfect. Negative form, so the correct one, haven't prepared. I spoke with my wife last night. Last night, past simple. We are going to move to Italy. Plan. Have you ever been there? Experience, ever, present perfect. I hope I will like it. Hope, think, believe, will after that. He has never thought of a career as a pilot. Never, experience, present perfect. My sister has recently started piano classes. Recently, present perfect. She believes, in general, she will continue playing in the future. Believe, after that you need will because we speak about personal hopes, beliefs, and thoughts. Okay, so she believes she will continue playing in the future. I hope, in general, and again, you hope something, it's something subjective. So you say will after that. I hope she negative won't give up. Good. I hope really that these exercises were useful. If you need extra practice, just give me a hint somewhere. See you in the next lecture. In this and the next video, we are going to talk about adjectives again and the comparative forms. Of course, there are some things that I haven't told you about yet. But first, we start from what we know. When we compare an adjective, first we are careful about the length of the adjective. If this is a short adjective, you remember, you need to add er at the end of the adjective plus than. Max is taller than Anne. Tom is fatter than Peter, and so on. So here you compare two things or people, and in order to do it, you add than, not then, please. After that, if the adjective is long, then you're very careful and you add more in front. Then you use the basic form of the adjective, more careful, and again, than. Betty is more careful than Monica. So the long adjective, more in front, than after. This is again when you compare two people or two things. When you speak about more than two people or things, you need the third or the superlative form of the adjectives. Again, you're careful if the adjective is short or long. Short adjective, Max is the tallest of all. The in front. Short adjective plus est at the end. And you're saying of whom, or just Max is the tallest, if it is clear from the context. When the adjective is long, you need the, after that most, then the adjective in its basic form. This is the difference. And of course, your favorite crazy adjectives. So, good, better, the best. Bad, worse, the worst. Much, more, the most. Little, less, the least. These are the things that you know. But what will happen in this situation? You want to say that the two suitcases are equally heavy. Both of them are 10 kilos, right? You can't say the green one is heavier than the purple one. You can't, it's not true. So in these situations, you need the structure as. And in the middle comes the adjective, which is in its basic form. The green suitcase is as heavy as the red one or the purple one. As heavy as. If you want to compare, the green suitcase is not as heavy as the purple one. The green suitcase, be careful, is less heavy than the purple one. Less heavy. Of course, you can say the purple suitcase is heavier than the green one. So these are just different ways to express yourself. And you will see that the more you know, the easier it will be for you just to vary your language and to speak in a more confident way. Again, the green suitcase is not as heavy as, but here you don't say what exactly is the difference. The green suitcase is less heavy than. The purple suitcase is heavier than. In this situation, the green suitcase, be careful, is the least heavy of all. Little, less, the least. These are the irregular comparative forms. So, the green suitcase is the least heavy of all. And of course, the red one is the heaviest of all. The least heavy, the heaviest. Here you can also say, for example, the blue suitcase is not as heavy as the red one. Or the green suitcase isn't as heavy as the blue one, and so on. Another example. The red shoes are as expensive as the gray one. As, when you want to say that the price is the same. Here, the red shoes are not as expensive as the yellow one. They are not as expensive as, which means, in fact, that they are cheaper. They are not as expensive as. The red shoes are less expensive than the yellow one. Of course, you can say that they are cheaper, but these are just ways to paraphrase what I told you about. These are ways to make your speech, the way you sound, better. Example, again, the red shoes are the least, be careful, the least expensive of all. The green shoes are the most expensive of all. Please take a piece of paper and write down some other sentences that you can say in this situation. Of course, add examples of your own. And if you want, share in the question and answer section if you have any doubts, if this that you have written is correct or not, and I'll take a look. Exercises. Let's check the PDF. So we have one exercise here. What we need to do is to write comparisons. Okay, I'll give extra exercises in the answer section. See you in the next video. How is your comparison practice going? I hope you find it easy and you find the usage of this. The idea behind all of these grammar structures is to make you feel more confident with the language and to make you vary the structures, the phrases, the way you express yourself. If your idea one day is to pass an exam or to go to an official exam or just to speak the language in high enough level in front of other people, well, this is the way. You need to be able to paraphrase all the time. You need to be able to express your thoughts in different ways. So let's check the exercise. It was up to comparisons here. Paris, New York. Paris is less populated than New York. The same sentence, just imagine that in the brackets is as. So Paris is not as populated as New York. Next one. My watch, your watch. My watch is as expensive as your watch. This carpet, that carpet, clean. This carpet is cleaner than that carpet. Okay? Now you have in the brackets as, and you need to change the comparison. That carpet is not as clean as this carpet. Number 4. Our car, your car, their car. So, our car is the fastest of all. And here, the comparison now is only between your car and our car, and you want to use as. Your car is not as fast as our car. Now you want to start with their car. Their car is the slowest of all. Good. Number 5. Their car, your car, our car, and so. And here is the sentence that we've just said. Why? Because these forms, less and the least, you can use only when the adjectives are long. With short adjectives, you just use the regular es and est forms. Number 6. Which is the most important of all, or which is the least important of all? I hope that you really find this easy or at least interesting. So take a piece of paper if you haven't done it so far and think for your own exercises, for your own examples. This is the easiest and the best for you way to memorize grammar rules based on your own experience. See you in the next video, where we'll be still talking about adjectives. In this video, I want you to pay attention to one usage of comparative and superlative adjectives, which is in the context of present perfect. So let's see what I mean. Ever, you know that it is used with present perfect, right? It's one of the markers. You know also that when we compare one adjective to a group of adjectives or to a group of things, you need to use the superlative form. Here's the sentence. This is the best book I have ever read. I have ever read, present perfect. And you compare this book that you're talking about now to a group of books. This is the best book I have ever read. The best, superlative form of the adjective. Or, you are the most wonderful person I have ever met. You compare one person to a group of people, and you speak about your experience with ever in present perfect. You're the most wonderful person I have ever met. This is the most precious present I have ever received. The most precious present. You compare this present to a lot of other presents, to all other presents in your experience. The most precious, superlative form that I have ever experienced present perfect received. Let's practice this and all other usages of adjectives, comparatives, and superlatives to be sure that you're okay with this topic. So first, I want you to form sentences with adjectives and ever. If you still haven't done it, pause the video, do the exercises from the PDF, and we are checking it together. Now, so it's the hottest place I have ever visited. You compare this place to all of the other places you have visited in your life. So you speak about your experience and you show it with present perfect. It's the cheapest watch I have ever seen. From all of the watches that you have ever seen in your life or your experience, this is the cheapest one. It's the cheapest watch, superlative form, I have ever seen. It's the most comfortable pair of shoes I have ever worn. Again, you compare this pair of shoes to all other shoes that you have worn, and you use the superlative form of the adjective. You compare to your experience with present perfect. It's the most interesting movie I have ever watched. You compare this movie to all other movies in your experience. The most interesting, superlative form I have ever watched, present perfect. In the next exercise, you need to write the correct form of the adjectives. So, the play is scarier, you're careful about the spelling, than the movie. Then means that you compare two things, and in this situation, you need the comparative form, then. After that, this is the happiest day in my life. The happiest of all. The happiest day in my life. Third superlative form. A good book is better than a movie. You compare book to a movie. Second form of adjective, better than. Tom is the most intelligent boy in the class. The most intelligent. In this situation, you compare Tom to all other boys, so you need the superlative form. I like Anne most of all girls. One compared to all, superlative form. I have less time today than I had yesterday. Little, less, the least. Comparative form, irregular adjective. And the last one, it's the ugliest town I have ever seen. I have ever seen, experience. And you compare one thing to all other things you're familiar with based on your experience, which means, yes, superlative form. Well done. You're ready to continue? Looking forward to seeing you in the next video. In the next mini-series of lectures that starts now, we are going to examine some verb structures. So far, you know verb tenses. You know also that after verbs like, love, hate, the next verb is with ing. Well, this is just one of the verb patterns. In fact, in English, The usage of two verbs, one after another, is really important. It's quite difficult until you memorize everything, and it's really useful. So let's start from here. It's useful. It's useful and it requires you to study some things by heart. I'm sorry. So let's start. In this lecture, we'll speak about the pattern verb plus to plus verb. For example, I want to go there. Want, go, verbs. But after want, you need to before the second verb. I want to go there. First, I want you to write down or to memorize, or I don't know, to use your way to remember some basic verbs after which we always need to, and then comes the other verb. So here are the verbs that you need to memorize: decide, expect, choose, help, hope, intend. If you have any problems with translation, please use a dictionary. Learn, mean, need, offer, prefer, promise, refuse, tend, want, would like. These are not all verbs, of course, but this is the beginning, which is enough for now. So please memorize these verbs and try to think for examples. Examples as these. So, she decided to become a doctor. Decide plus to plus verb. She decided to become a doctor. You see that in these verb patterns, verb structures, only the first verb in fact takes the tense. Usually at the beginning people try to say something as she decided to became. No, past simple, as is the situation here, is applied to the first verb only. She decided to become. He didn't expect to see me. Didn't expect, expect plus to plus verb, didn't expect to see me. He chose to stay away from work that day. He chose, past simple, choose, chose, chosen, to verb, chose to stay. I helped him to do his homework, or I helped him do his homework. The two cases are okay here. Helped him, helped past simple, to do, infinitive. I hope to see you again soon. Hope plus to plus verb. Hope to see you. We intend to go to Africa next year. Intend to verb. Intend to go. I'm learning to play the guitar. Again, the tense goes to the first verb only. I'm learning now to play the guitar. Learn plus to plus verb. He didn't mean to hurt you, really. Mean plus to plus verb. People need to feel loved. Again, pattern. Need plus to plus feel. You speak about something in general, so because of that, you need only the basic form of the verb, present simple. People need to feel loved. My brother offered to give us a drive to the airport. Offer plus to plus verb. Offered to give. I'd prefer to talk to you in private. Would prefer to. Again, verb plus to plus infinitive. I promise to come back home on time. Promise. Another verb, same pattern. Promise plus to plus come. When it's cold, my car always refuses to start. Refuses, present simple, plus to plus verb. Unfortunately, I tend to eat more in the winter. Tend, verb which requires to plus infinitive, tends to eat. I want to buy a book. Would you recommend me one? Want plus to plus verb. I want to buy. I would like to thank all of you who came. Would like plus to plus verb. So these were just example sentences for situations in which you need to use the verb plus to plus the other verb. Your task now, please sit down, rewrite those verbs, and think for sentences of your own. Remember that the best way to remember something is to associate it with a situation that is familiar to you. See you in the next video. So the first verb pattern that you need to remember is verb plus to plus verb. I want to do something. The second one, the so-called gerund, is verb plus verb in ing form. And this one, in fact, you already know a little bit about. For example, I like dancing. She hates sleeping, and so on. So verb followed by verb plus ing. The same structure as in the previous lecture. First, we'll pass through the basic verbs that, again, you need to memorize by heart. After that, we'll pass the examples, and then it's your turn. You need to write sentences of your own. The exercises on this, the previous, and the next lecture will come a little bit later. So the verbs first. Again, if you have any problems with the translation, please use a dictionary. So, admit, avoid, begin, deny, enjoy, finish, go on, hate, imagine, keep, like, love, mention, postpone, suggest. It's enough for now. Please memorize these verbs. Have in mind that this is just the beginning, and the verbs in fact are quite more. So it's the same as with the irregular verbs. It's important when you learn something by heart to learn it step by step and to learn it all the time in order to be able to remember the whole amount of information. Examples. She admitted making a mistake. Admit plus verb plus ing. You're careful about the spelling of the verb plus ing. And the second thing, you're careful because this is not continuous tense. This is gerund. This is second verb form. Okay. I try to avoid going shopping at weekends. Avoid plus verb plus ing. I've just begun learning to drive. Begin plus verb plus ing. Begin learning. He denies knowing anything about the crime. Deny plus verb plus ing. Denies knowing. I enjoy meeting people and seeing new places. Enjoy plus verb plus ing. Enjoy meeting. Enjoy seeing. Have you finished reading that book? Finish plus verb plus ing. Again, just a reminder, the tense goes to the first verb, finished, not to the second one. The second one is just the verb form that follows the verb pattern. In our case, verb plus verb plus ing. We really can't go on living like this. We need a bigger flat. Can't go on living. Go on plus verb plus ing. She hates traveling by train. Hate verb ing. I can't imagine having that much money. Gerund after imagine. She kept hoping her father would return. Keep plus verb plus ing or gerund. After keep we need gerund. After that, I do really like working under pressure. Like plus verb plus ing. Like doing something. My daughter loves dancing late at night. Love plus verb plus ing. She mentioned seeing you in that restaurant. Mention, verb, ing, and you're careful about the spelling. We've decided to postpone going to Italy because of the forecast. Pay attention to this sentence. So, in fact, we have three verbs, one after another, right? Decide, postpone, go. And what's going on here? So, after decide, you know that the verb follows to, and after that comes the second form. So, decide, to plus verb. After that, postpone requires gerund, and because of that, going is in its ing form. I suggest going to the theater tonight. Suggest plus verb plus ing. Just be careful because suggest is a little bit, let's say, more specific verb, but about this we'll speak somewhere at the end of the course. Good. So far, we know that there are verbs with to, verbs with ing. Well, yes, of course, there are some exceptions and there is something else you need to know in the next video. So far, you know that there are verbs after which we need to use another verb plus ing. There are also verbs which require to plus the basic form of the verb after that. Well, there's another group of verbs in English, and these are the verbs that can be used with ing as well as with to. Be careful, there is difference in their meaning here. So first, let's see which these verbs are. Remember them. These four verbs are, let's say, the special verbs in English. And let's see what the differences are. For example, try doing and try to do. He tried climbing the highest mountain in the world. He tried climbing. Try plus verb plus ing. Try to be quiet, please. Try to do something. In the first situation, try plus verb plus ing, you experiment. And you say that you're doing something which you haven't done before. Try climbing. Try to do means you're trying to do something that is not easy, but this is not an experiment here. Try doing, try to do. After that, forget to do, forget doing. I forgot to close the door. Don't forget to open the window. I'll never forget seeing the Niagara waterfall. So let's start from the second one. I'll never forget seeing the Niagara waterfall. It means that now you will never forget that you saw the Niagara waterfall in the past. Okay? So you speak about something which has already happened, and you say that you will always remember this one. In the first situation, I forgot to close the door, and don't forget to open the window. The idea here is that the action is not finished, it's uncompleted. The action needs to happen in the future or didn't happen in the future, but this is something that you didn't do. I forgot to close the door, which means you went out, you didn't close the door. You forgot to close it. Don't forget to open the window. You are still inside, so please, when you go out, do not forget to open the window. Forget to do, forget doing. Forget plus verb plus ing, in short, refers to the past. Forget plus verb and to in the middle refers to the future. Remember to do, remember doing. Okay, same logic here. Remember to go to the pharmacy. This thing hasn't happened. Please don't forget to do it in the future. Remember to go to the pharmacy. You're still at home and you need to go out. So please don't forget to pass the pharmacy. Remember doing something. I remember going to the pharmacy and buying that pill. It means that you have memories. You have memories about something which has already happened in the past. The same logic as forget. Remember to do refers to the future. Something which is not completed, something which needs to be done in the future. Remember doing refers to something in the past. Something happened, and you have the memories that these things happened. Another verb. Stop to do and stop doing. He stopped to answer the phone. He stopped smoking a few years ago. He stopped smoking a few years ago means that he stopped doing it. That's it. He doesn't smoke anymore. He stopped smoking. He stopped to answer. It means that there was an action that was in progress. He stopped the action and after that did something else. So it means to stop doing something and to start doing something else. He stopped the car or he stopped driving to answer the phone. Stop to do, stop doing something to do something else. Stop doing, quit, or don't do anymore. In theory, everything is clear. Let's take a look at the PDF and do the exercises. It's one exercise that's waiting for you here, but please be careful and think why. So it will be in a different lecture again. We'll revise everything. First, you're doing it on your own. Good luck. Remember doing, remember to do. Forget doing, forget to do. Try doing, try to do. Stop doing, stop to do. Well, yes, they sound familiar, they sound close in their meaning, but in fact, they are not. And I hope that you had the time to understand and to practice the differences. So let's now check the exercise. I stopped playing football a year ago. It means that I'm not playing football anymore. I quit it. I stopped playing. Stop plus verb plus ing, meaning quit. Please remember to buy eggs. For example, when coming back from work. Please remember to buy is the same as don't forget to buy. Please remember to buy. To plus infinitive refers to the future. I forgot to switch off the light. May you do it for me? So, something that is not completed, some action that is not finished. You had to do it, you didn't do it. I forgot to switch off. We tried to open the door, but it was locked. So, you tried to do something that was hard. It's not an experiment here. You just tried to do something, but you couldn't. You found it hard. I'll never forget meeting Madonna last year. Last year, so it refers to something which happened in the past. and you want to say that you have memories about this thing. In other words, the action was completed. It was completed in the past. So the correct form: forget plus verb plus ink. He stopped to take a closer look at the picture. Stopped, to take. Stop one action to do something else. For example, if you imagine that this thing happened in a gallery, you are walking around, you stop to see the image, the picture that really attracted your attention. Stop plus to plus verb. Please stop making that noise. Stop plus verb plus ink, meaning quit, don't do it. Just stop making it. I know that this is a little bit harder, but always think for grammar in context. Always think that these grammar rules you will need, and you will need to apply in practice in your daily talk. Because of that, always think for examples of your own and share them if you have any doubts. See you in the next video. After all these verbs and verb patterns and verb structures, it's time to do a little bit of practice. So please check the PDF, do the exercises that practice only gerund and infinitive, and let's check them together. Good. The first one. I decided to follow her advice. Decide plus to infinitive. Decide to follow. She imagined being a film star. Imagine requires gerund. We postponed discussing the problem. Postpone requires gerund. My sister refused to believe them. Refuse to verb. Refuse plus infinitive. She tends to exaggerate. Tend to do something. Tend infinitive. I don't want to see him again. Want plus to plus verb. You are getting better. I can't forget seeing him earlier today. So something happened and you have memories about this one. So you speak about the past, an action that was completed, which means that here you need the ing form, the gerund. Please go on playing. Go on requires gerund. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. I'd like plus to plus verb, infinitive. He offered to help me. Offer to do something. Offer to. He stopped the TV to hear us. Stop doing something or stop something to do something else. Stop to verb. She stopped blaming herself. Stop plus gerund. The meaning is to stop an activity, to quit doing something. Well done. All of these verbs need practice. All of these structures I told you at the beginning need to be memorized and of course to be used while you're speaking. Good luck and see you in the next video. In this and the next several lectures, we are going to talk about modal verbs. Yes, you know one, even two. You know can and should. But that's just the beginning. There are different modal verbs in English that you still haven't heard about. Okay, so now is the time to start talking about them, to understand what's the difference, and to catch in what situations you need to use them. Now we are going to talk about have to and mustn't. And of course we are starting with some example situations. My brother has to travel a lot in his job. So my brother has a boss and his boss tells him to travel. he has business trips. It's not my brother's desire. It's an obligation in his job. Next one. We have to pay the rent every month, which means that there is a person, our landlord, who is waiting from us to pay the rent every month. It's our obligation. It's not our wish. Just if we don't do it, we are not going to live in that flat anymore. Another situation. You have to drive on the left in UK. You have to drive. You have to drive because this is the law. It's your obligation. Nobody asks you if you like it or if you don't. Have to. So, from these three examples, remember that have to is used when we speak about rules and obligations. Have to. The next one, mustn't. You mustn't smoke inside. You mustn't, because it's a law. It's forbidden for you to do it. You mustn't. In football, you mustn't touch the ball with your hands. You mustn't, because these are the rules. This is the law. You are prohibited to do it. Mustn't. Which means that we use mustn't when we speak about prohibitions. Mustn't. Let's practice it. So, in the PDF attached, you will see these four situations. I want from you to think what they express: prohibition or obligation. And when you understand what is expressed, please formulate the sentences using the correct modal verb. Okay? Wear a seatbelt. To wear a seatbelt is your obligation. You are obliged to do it because this is the law. So you have to wear a seatbelt. Have to. Drink alcohol when taking antibiotics. It's forbidden. So you mustn't drink alcohol when taking antibiotics. Mustn't, prohibition. Wear a uniform at school. It's your obligation. Somebody else has written the rule and you have accepted it when you entered that school. So you have to follow the rule. You have to wear a uniform at school. Swim in forbidden areas. It's again a law. Just time, it's prohibition. You mustn't swim in forbidden areas. The other thing that you need to remember about the two modal verbs, have to and mustn't, is that they follow the rules of all modal verbs. Which means, after the modal verbs, have to and mustn't, the meaningful verb is always in infinitive. Have to wear, have to drink, have to swim, or mustn't swim, mustn't wear. Okay? You can't say have to wears, or you can't say mustn't swims. But have to, you see have, right? The logic here is the same. When we use he, she, or it, have is changed into has. So it is I have to, you have to, he has to, she has to. The third form, personal, takes the has form, has to. Let's see some other comparisons between the modal verbs in the next video. We are going on with the modal verbs in this video, so what we are going to talk about now are the modal verbs don't have to and must. Yes, they have different meaning from mustn't and have to. Let's see what I mean. Examples, of course. Sorry, it's late. I must go. I promised to be back home on time. I must go. I think that it is important. And it is important because I promised. Nobody told me. I promised. I think I must go. I. Our car hardly works. We must buy a new one soon. We must buy. We think that it is important. We need to do it. It's not that somebody told us. It's us. We. You must read that book. It's fantastic. I do recommend it. You must read it because I think that you will like it. Because I recommend it. Because I believe that it will be good for you. But it's not a rule. It's not obligation. So, the rule is that we use must when you believe that something is important. You believe. Remember this one. You think that something is important to be done. Must. Don't have to. I don't have to get up tomorrow. I'm not at work. I don't have to. It's not necessary. He doesn't have to work on Saturdays. He doesn't have to. It's not necessary. Doesn't have to. We don't have to hurry. There is enough time. We don't have to. Okay, but remember this one. When you use don't have to, you need to say that it's not obligatory, but if you want, we can do it. Nobody stops you. If you want, you can get up early on Saturday. If you want, please go on to work at weekends. If you want, let's hurry. It doesn't matter that we are not late. So the meaning of don't have to. Something is not necessary, but if you want, do it. Okay? Nobody told you don't get up at 6 on Saturday if you want to run, for example. But you can sleep because you're not at work after that. It's not an obligation. It's your desire. Don't have to in these situations. And again, I hope you paid attention to the form. When you speak about him or her or third person singular, then the form is changed and you need doesn't have to. So I don't have to, you don't have to, he, she doesn't have to. And after that, the same rule. Infinitive after to. In the next video, we are going to summarize these 4 forms of the modal verbs, and the exercises will be waiting for you after that. Me too. See you in the next video. At the beginning, you may have some difficulties in using the correct modal verb, but in fact, as with everything else, the more you practice, the easier it will be for you. Which means, let's summarize, let's do some exercises, and of course, if you have questions, ask in the forum section after this lecture. So, what we know so far, there are 4 forms: must, have to, mustn't, don't have to. Must and mustn't are completely different in their meaning. Have to and don't have to, too. So, must is used when you want to say that something is important for you, when you think that it is important. I must buy new jeans. I must because I want it, I wish it, I think it's important, I believe in this one. It's not that somebody says and tells me, you must buy them, and that's it. I must. You think it's important. He must take care of his ill father. Moral obligation. That's the other usage of must. When something is your moral obligation to be done. I must call my mom. She has birthday today. I must help the old lady cross the street. Because I think and because it's my moral obligation to do it. Moral obligation, pay attention, not law. Laws are here, have to. I'm a doctor, I have to work on Sundays. I have to because it's my obligation. It's in my contract or it's the rule that I accepted and I have to follow it. So, have to, obligation, rule, law. You have to drive on the left in UK. That's it. That's the law. Nobody asks you if you like it or if you don't. You have to do it. Mustn't, prohibition. You mustn't smoke inside. You mustn't because it's forbidden. You mustn't smoke. You mustn't swim. You mustn't. It's prohibited. That's a law, which means that something is forbidden to be done. Don't have to. You have choice here. With don't have to, you say that something is not necessary. Something is not obligatory to be done. But nobody stops you from doing it. If you want, do it. I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I'm not at work. But if you want to do something, for example, that you didn't have time during the week, why not to get up early? Nobody is going to stop you. So look at these examples carefully. Really take a piece of paper and write down your own examples, share them, let's check them together, and let's discuss in which situation why you need to use that modal verb exactly. Time for the exercises. We are checking the PDF now. The exercises answers in the next video. So in the first exercise, as well as in the second one, you need to choose the modal verb. Have to, don't have to. Must, mustn't. 11 sentences, discussion and answers in the next video. Alright, explanations, answers, modal verbs. You don't have to wear a tie, but you have to wear trousers, which means the etiquette or your obligation in this situation is to wear trousers. If you want, wear a tie, but it's up to you. That's not the rule. That's not the obligation. It's not necessary. I must have that new video game. I want it. You want something, you wish for something, you believe that something is important, but it's not a rule, so must. She has to go to the office at 7:30. She has to. That's the rule of the company. She's part of that company, she has agreed, that's written in her contract, so she has to do it. Has to. Rule. You don't have to enter there, or you mustn't enter there. Here, in fact, there isn't enough context in this sentence, so it's up to you, but you need to be sure about the meaning that you add to the sentence. If you say you mustn't enter there, it means that this is the rule, this is the obligation. If you say you don't have to enter there, you mean there is no sign, it's not said that it is prohibited, but if you want, do it. I must come back home on time. I must because I know that somebody is going to wait for me, because I think that it's important, because I believe that's true. He doesn't have to wear a uniform at school anymore. They changed the rules. Okay? They changed the rules, which means that there is no obligation anymore. But if he decides to go to school with the old uniform, for example, nobody is going to stop him. Just it is not necessary. Next exercise. You have to wear a tie if you want to go to that restaurant. It's one of their rules. That's it. You have a rule, have to, obligation. I have to go away on a business trip. My boss wants me to visit the office in New York. So there is somebody else who orders you, who obliges you to do something. You just need to follow the rules. Have to. Don't be silly. You must take these tablets 4 times a day. That's your moral obligation if you want. That's what you are given from the doctor. and it's up to you to follow the rules here. It's for your betterness, which means that you have the necessity to do it. It's not obligation, it's what you consider to be right for you and for your health. You mustn't speak too loud. The baby is sleeping. You mustn't. Here, it's an obligation. You mustn't, because if you speak, the baby will be awoken. I must work on my English. I want to speak fluently. I must work on my English. It's my belief. It's my desire. It's what I consider correct. The room is a mess. I really must find time to clean it. I must find, I think, I believe that it is important. In the other lectures, there will be more exercises on modal verbs. That's the beginning. So I hope that you understood the basics, that you feel more confident now, and that you have really written those sentences of yours. Please share them, and let's talk about modal verbs more. See you in the next video. The next two modal verbs that we are going to talk about, may and might, are quite easy actually. So what will be in this lecture? First we'll pass through the two modal verbs, and after that I want to make a summary of everything that you know so far. So, may and might. And here are two situations. He might come tonight, though I seriously doubt it. He may come tonight. You see, the difference here is only in the chance of possibility that you express. When you say he might come, there is really a very small chance this thing to happen. 25%, let's say. When you say he may come, it's 50-50. He may come or he may not. It's up to you. It's up to the connotation, up to the meaning that you want to add to the sentence. It's the same story with all of the modal verbs, in fact. They just give you the chance to express yourselves clearly and to add the exact nuance to the sentence that you're saying. So, one more example. May I have some water, please? May I borrow your pen? May I open the window? In these three sentences, you see that there is a little bit different meaning. The idea here is that you're asking for permission. When you ask for permission, the modal verb that you need is may, and it's a question. So it starts with may. May I have some water, please? And you formulate your request after that. You ask for permission. Let's summarize everything. So the first modal verb we started with in the previous level, can. I can swim, I can speak English. You express physical or mental ability. You can or you can't do something. After that, we spoke about should. You should wear a hat. You should take your umbrella. Should is advice. You give a piece of advice to somebody. You shouldn't go out without your jacket. It's really cold. So it's usually used between friends who give advice to each other. Should. After that, we started with must, mustn't, have to, don't have to. When you say that you must do something, you mean that this is your moral obligation. I must call my mom, it's her birthday. Or you say that you believe that something is necessary to be done. I must buy that t-shirt. I want it really a lot. Must. Don't have to. When you use don't have to in a sentence, you're saying that it's not obligatory to do something. It's not necessary, but nobody stops you from doing it. For example, it's 6 o'clock, it's Saturday. No, I'm not at work. I don't have to get up that early. But if I want, I can do it. Nobody is going to stop me. It's not against the rules, right? After that, have to. I have to wear a uniform at school. I have to go to the office at 8. These are the rules. These are rules that somebody else defined, you agreed, and you are following. Or this is the law. You have to speak your native language in the official institutions. You have to. It's your constitutional obligation. Have to, law. After that, mustn't. It's prohibition. It's forbidden for you to do something. There is no guard on the beach. You mustn't swim here. Or you mustn't be late for work. These are rules again. These are prohibitions. And last but not least, may and might. He may come, he might come. You express possibility. When you use may in such situation, you mean that there is a higher chance this thing to happen. When you use might, well, yes, you say that there is a possibility, but the chance is quite smaller. May I open the window? May you bring me that notebook? You ask for permission. You make a request. So in these situations, the question starts with the modal verb may. Something else in general about all of the modal verbs. After them, the next, the meaningful verb, is always in infinitive. The modal verbs themselves do not change in person, and it doesn't matter if you speak about something in singular or in plural. But remember the verb have to. I have to, he has to, she has to, and doesn't have to, don't have to. When you formulate the question with have to, it's formed on the usual way. Do I have to wear a seatbelt? Does he have to wear a uniform? That was our introduction, let's say, to modal verbs. Now you really know the basics of the basic modal verbs in English. There are some other forms, there are some other usages, but we have other lectures for this. See you in the next lecture, in which we are starting a different mini-series. See you! As you've already mastered the modal verbs, we are starting with conditional sentences now. In this and in the next video, you will have the introduction to conditional sentences in English. In fact, it sounds more difficult than it really is. So let's see what all that is about. Examples. If you need some advice, I will help you. If you are late, your sister will be angry. And here are the two sentences that we had. Can you guess what's the same between them, where the similarities are? Yes, both sentences start with if, right? If you're late, if you need some advice. After that, if you are, if you need, which is the tense? Present simple. After present simple, or after the first part of the conditional sentence, we add comma. Remember, this one is really important. The comma here is important. So, if present simple after that, in the second part, yes, will, future. So this is actually the structure of first conditional in English. And when you use this structure, you want to say that something is possible to happen. If something happens, something else will happen, and everything here is possible. It's important because the meaning of these sentences is what matters to define what conditional you need. So this is first conditional, remember this one. If, present simple, will, and you speak about something in the present, something that is possible. Okay, of course you can start the sentence vice versa, or with the second part first. It will be like this: I will come if you tell me the truth. I will come, will comes first. After that, if, and be careful, no comma here, no comma. So, I will come if you tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, present simple. It's the same sentence, the same meaning, just the two parts are changed. I will come if you tell me the truth. Easy, right? I told you. Check the PDF, do the exercises, and we are checking them together in a second. Alright, first conditional only, which means if, present simple, will, or will if, present simple. Easy. If it snows, we won't go out. If she sends the mail now, they'll receive it in a minute. So it's possible you speak about the present. Number 3, changed. You will pass the test if you study hard. If I don't believe, comma, I won't succeed. You see why it's important to know the tenses. In fact, everything in English is connected after that. And if we have problems with the verb structures, then it will be difficult for you in general. So present simple negative, will future, or simple future negative. Number 5, I will go to the circus if I find a ticket. Will, present simple. If they win the game, present simple, they will be the champions. First conditional, you remember, if, present simple, will, and you speak about something which is possible. Let's see what second conditional will be about then, in the next video. First conditional, you know it. You speak about the present, and you speak about something which is possible. Well, logically, if there is first conditional, then there is second conditional, right? And there is difference here. So let's see what the difference is and in what situation which conditional you need. Examples. I live in a flat under rent. This is the reality. And you say, if I had my own house, I would be happier. So the fact is that now I live in a flat and I live under rent. You make it hypothetical and you say, if I had my own house, I would be happier. Another situation. I don't know German. And you say, if I knew German, I would move to Germany. So the reality is that you know French. The hypothetical situation is that you learned German. So you say, if I knew, I would move. But I don't know and I can't move. Okay? Look at these two sentences that we had as our examples. And again, let's see what the similarities are. If I had, if I knew. So the two sentences start with if After that comes past simple, then the comma that you know about. If I had, comma. After that, would. Would plus the infinitive. The meaning. You speak about something imaginary. You speak about something hypothetical. Okay? And this is second conditional. It, be careful here, refers to the present. Again, this is a hypothetical situation about the present. The facts in your present situation are different, but you just change them. You make it imaginary, and on this way you formulate the sentence in second conditional. If I knew, I would. Of course, you can change the structure, and you can say, I have never won the lottery, which is the fact. Imaginary, it would be, I would travel around the world if I won the lottery. The tense's logic is the same. I would travel, would plus infinitive, if, and past simple after that. I would travel around the world if I won the lottery. Exercises. We are checking the PDF, the answers and the explanations in the next video. In the first exercise, you need to open the brackets in second conditional only. Pay attention to the second exercise. Here you have the situation given. What you need to do is to think for the conditional structure. Okay? So be creative, apply the rules, and see you in the answer section. I hope you did the exercises. Let's check them. So in the first one, we need just to open the brackets in second conditional. You remember the tense's logic? If, past simple, would plus infinitive. If I had children, I would bring them everywhere with me. But the reality is that I don't have children, and because of that, I don't bring them anywhere. Hypothetical, imaginary situation. You speak about the present. I would go to the doctor if I were you. I would, if, after that past simple. Remember this one. It's very typical for second conditional. You don't say if I was you. You say if I were you. And this is one of the markers for these conditional hypothetical situations. If I were you. Just remember this one. Number 3. I didn't have to work at weekends. I would go out more often. If I didn't have to, past simple, I would go out. Would plus infinitive. But the reality is that I have to work at weekends, and the reality is that because of this, I can't go out so often. Number 4. We would have a dog if we didn't live in a flat. Hypothetical situation, second conditional. The reality, we live in a flat, so because of that, we don't have a dog. 5. If you really wanted to be healthy, but you don't, hypothetical imaginary situation, you wouldn't smoke. Wouldn't smoke, would plus verb. Reality, you smoke. So I'm not sure that you really want to be healthy. Okay, here is what the interesting part starts. I can't ride a bike, I don't have one. If I could ride a bike, I would have one. Hypothetical situation about the present. You look at the first sentence, you understand what the reality is. The sentence starts with if, so you need to make it hypothetical, okay? and you apply the rules that you know for second conditional. Number 2. She doesn't speak Italian. She is not promoted. If she spoke Italian, but she doesn't, she would be promoted, but she isn't. You see how these conditional sentences can help you start expressing yourselves really better and really clearer. Number 3. We don't have a car. We can't come. Imaginary. We would come if we had a car. We would come if we had a car. And number 4, they have a dog. They can't go out without him. Him because it's a home dog. You remember this one. When you speak about pets that have names, that are your pets in fact, you use him, his, her. You don't use it anymore. It refers to stray dogs only. So, if they didn't have a dog, but they do, they would go out by themselves, but they don't. That was the introduction again to conditional sentences. Yes, I have quite more things to tell you, but it will be in the next level. Reminding you again, step-by-step approach. Do not catch one grammar part and do not try to memorize everything. It doesn't work on this way. You can't learn a language by memorizing rules only. You need to practice, and you need to come back to what you have already learned. Because of this, every time in the next levels, when we start talking about conditionals, we'll start with a revision. It's really important, believe me. Good. See you in the next video, where I'll explain something a little bit more different. See you. As we started talking about the hypothetical examples in the previous video, in the context of second conditional, I want to continue with another structure that will be useful for you. It will be useful when you speak about contrast, this time between something that was typical for you in the past and something that is completely different in the present. This structure is used to, well, of course, we are starting with examples. And as you see, the examples are before and now. Yes, there is difference in the pictures. What's important? So you say, I used to have long hair before. Used to have. Or, I used to wear glasses. Now I don't. So something that was typical for you in the past, something that you did in the past, and something that you don't do anymore. I used to wear. Used to plus infinitive. Okay? When I was a child, I used to wear glasses. When I was a child, it means that this thing happened before. It was true before, and it's not true anymore. When this is the context of the sentence that you are using, when this is the meaning that you want other people to catch, you use this structure used to plus the infinitive. I used to wear glasses. Another example. Before and now. So the sentence will be, I didn't used to live in a house. You see how the negative is formed. The same as in past simple. Didn't. After that, use the main form. To. Didn't used to. I used to live in a flat. I didn't used to live in a house. I didn't used to live in Germany. So before I lived in France. You can say I used to live in France or I didn't used to live in Germany. It's really useful structure. Please try to use it in your daily life. When you speak, when you read, practice. Try to hear it. When you listen to some music or when you watch some movies, try to catch the structures that are used there. It's really useful habit. It's useful exercise for you. I didn't used to. So you form it with didn't, after that use, after that to, and comes the main verb. Didn't used to plus verb. So let's do several example sentences to be sure that you understood how to use this structure. The PDF is for you. Check it or pause the video now, and we are checking it after that. Now. So, the situation. Not wear skirts, wear jeans only. I didn't used to wear skirts. I used to wear jeans only. When? When I was a child. When I was a child, I didn't used to have a pet. Didn't used to. It means that something was not typical for you in the past, but is typical for you now. I didn't used to have. I used to wake up early when I was a child. When I was a child, I didn't used to go to bed late. Now I do. That's always the meaning. When you use used to or didn't used to, you always in fact speak about contrast between past and present. When I was a child, I used to spend Friday evening at home. Now I don't. Extra exercise. Please take a piece of paper or directly in the Q&A answer section, write down several sentences, 3 sentences, for example. What did you used to do when you were a child? I'm looking forward to reading it. See you in the next video, where we are starting another mini-series, an important one. See you. You have already noticed that I like dividing our enormous course into some mini-series within the levels. So what we are starting today as a topic, we will continue in the next several lectures. Passive is something that we will speak about, not only in this, but in the next levels as well. We will find how to make it harder. You will master it, and you will see that there is logic in everything. So let's start with the very basics. What is passive first? Let's just read some sentences in order you to feel what the difference is. People all over the world speak English. Active. English is spoken all over the world. Tom stole my bag yesterday. I saw him. The bag was stolen by Tom. I saw him. They will buy the present on time. The present will be bought on time. So, did you catch it? Does it ring a bell in comparison to your school days? When you use active, you say who is doing the action. People speak. When you use passive, you say what the action is done on. English is spoken. English doesn't do anything. English is spoken. English is passive. It is waiting for somebody to start speaking it. Most simplicity. Okay. Tom stole the bag. Tom did it. Tom was active and he stole my bag. My bag didn't do anything. My bag was staying there passively and it was stolen. So these are the basics between active and passive as grammar meaning. So pay attention to the forms now. People speak. English is spoken. Tom stole. The bag was stolen. They will buy. The present will be bought. These three sentences show you the forms in the three simple tenses that we know: present simple, past simple, and future simple. And in all of these three, the passive voice is formed, in fact, in one and the same way. You need the verb to be in the correct form, and you need the, again, third form of the verb. You know, the irregular verb forms have their specific forms, right? Speak, spoke, spoken, steal, stole, stolen, and so on. If the verb is regular, then you need only the verb plus ed. So how it is formed? The verb to be in the correct tense plus the third form of the verb. Is, are, in present simple, is spoken. Was, were, in past simple, was third form of the verb. In present, be careful, will, be, and after that, the verb. Here it is. English is spoken. The bag was stolen. The present will be bought. Remember this one, write it down, and let's go on practicing. So first we are checking the exercises. After that, we are doing them together in the next video. It's your task, of course, to have already done them. The PDF is attached. In the first exercise, you need to write the correct passive form. Okay? It's only passive. You need to be careful which the tense is and to add the correct form of the verb to be plus the third form of the verb. The second task is a little bit harder. Here you need to think first if the sentence is active or passive. And after that, you need to be careful about the tense, about the formation. Good luck. As in every other grammar structure, it's very important here to catch the logic. So we are checking and explaining at the same time. The movie is based on the book. In general, present simple, we need the verb to be, is, the movie is, plus the verb with ed, is based. The telephone, yesterday, yesterday, past simple. So we need was, because telephone it. The telephone was repaired yesterday. Verb plus ed. The answer will be given soon, I hope. You speak about the future, okay? And you have hope. Think, hope, believe, markers for future will. So the answer will be given, I hope. They were invited to a great party last night. Last night, past simple. Verb plus ed, were invited. Past simple, passive. Was the crime committed by them last year? Be careful here and pay attention to the way the question is formed. In an affirmative sentence or in a sentence with a full stop at the end, you will say the crime was committed. Okay, when you make the question, you start with the auxiliary. Was the crime committed by them last year? The other thing that's important here, by them. When you want in a passive sentence to introduce the doer of the action, or in other words, when you want to say who did it, you introduce them with by. You use by. The bag was stolen by Tom. The exam was created by the teacher, and so on. By was the person who did it. Are you expected to know the answer in general? Are you expected? Same logic. You start with the form of the verb to be to form the question, and after that you follow the rules. Are you plus the verb plus ide. Are you expected to know the answer? The second exercise was really a little bit more difficult. I hope that you could do it. The movie starts at 5. The movie starts active. Tense. At 5 you speak about timetable, about scheduled activity, so you need present simple. The movie starts. After that, by Jane yesterday. Yesterday, past simple. By Jane, passive. And question. So the correct form, were you invited? The car was driven by Tom. I saw him. I called the police. I saw him. This is your marker for the tense of the whole of the group of sentences. So this is in the past, which means that all of the other sentences here are in the past as well. By Tom, the first one, past simple we need. The car was driven. I called the police. I called, past simple, active, I did it. Number 3. Were you given access? You need one. Talk to your boss. So, did they give you an access, or were you given access? My sister came last week to visit me. Last week, past simple. She was accompanied by her boyfriend. By whom? By her boyfriend. She was accompanied, past simple, passive. She was accompanied by her boyfriend. Understanding when to use active and when to use passive needs time. But believe me, after several more exercises, you will be able to do it without any problem. Just it's important to have already learned everything about the tenses that we passed. Because if now, for example, you still have problem with the irregular verbs, well, forming passive will be quite more difficult for you. See you in the next lecture. We do already know how to form the passive when the tense is simple. In other words, we know what to do when we speak in present simple, in past simple, or in future simple tense. Okay, the next step is to understand what the forms of passive are in continuous tenses. So far we know two continuous tenses, present continuous and past continuous. So let's first just pass some examples. I'm doing my homework. Active. The homework is being done. Passive. Tom was driving a car. The car was being driven by Tom. Active. Passive. And now we are paying attention to the structures themselves. Is being done. Was being driven. Try to formulate the rule by yourself. Just pause the video and think how passive is formed. Pause it. I hope that you could. So what we need is the correct form of the verb to be. After that, being. After that, again, the third form of the verb. Third form, if the verb is irregular. If the verb is regular, just we need the verb was ide, is being done, was being done. Here are they. Is or are was being, was or were was being. Being here is not a meaningful word. A lot of people make the mistake of saying, I'm being here. No, I am here. The verb to be doesn't have a continuous form. Here, being is the auxiliary, the helping verb, just to make you form the passive. And this is the indicator, in fact, that we are using a continuous tense. The tense markers are exactly the same. When we speak about something that is happening now, we need present continuous. When we speak about something that was in progress in the past, while is an indicator, we use past continuous. Theoretically speaking, perfect. Exercises. So here is the PDF with the two exercises. In the first one, you need to write the correct passive form, only this correct passive form. In the second one, you need again to be more careful. Here we need to understand what we need, active or passive. And after that, if we need simple tenses or continuous tenses. Good luck, waiting for you in the next section. Active or passive, simple or continuous tenses. Let's check the exercises. So in the first one, you needed to write just the correct passive form. The dinner is being prepared now. I am preparing the dinner. The dinner is being prepared. The verb to be in present continuous. After that, being. After that, the verb was ed, is being prepared. While they were listening to music, the dinner was being prepared. Was, because we speak about something in the past, it's past continuous, while is the indicator, being the auxiliary, the helping verb, and the whole form was being prepared. That book is being read at the moment. Is being read. It means I am reading that book at the moment. That book is being read. Pancakes were being made in the kitchen. He was being helped by his wife. Pancakes were being made. He was being helped. It means that he was making pancakes. His wife was helping him. Here, because there isn't a tense indicator, you can also say pancakes are being made in the kitchen. He is being helped by his wife. So it may refer to the present, it may refer to the past. The next one. This man is being held in prison now. At the moment something is happening. Now is the indicator. Somebody else is holding the man in prison, which means that he is passively accepting it. Or in other words, passive, present continuous. This man is being held in a prison. The second exercise. While I was walking down the street yesterday, my wallet was stolen. While is the indicator for past continuous. While was walking. I'm the doer of the action. My wallet was stolen, which means that somebody stole my wallet. My wallet was stolen. The first action in progress. The second one, it's not a progress, it's a momentary action, so you need only past simple. Number 2. I was talking to you while the dinner was being prepared. While, the two actions that are combined with while are in continuous tense. I was talking, I'm active, while the dinner was being prepared. The dinner is doing nothing. The dinner is passively waiting to be prepared. So, while the dinner was being prepared. Of course, you can say it in present as well. I am talking to you while the dinner is being prepared. Number 3. English is spoken, in general, by a lot of people around the world. The phone was ringing, continuous, when I came back home last night. An action was in progress when something else happened. The phone was ringing when I came back. I'm doing the washing now. Make it passive, please. The washing is being done now. Weren't you given a key yesterday? Be careful with the question forms here. Weren't you given a key yesterday? Good job, guys. See you in the next video. In this first mini-series that we are speaking about passive, it's time to speak about the perfect tenses and how passive is formed in them. So far, we know only one perfect tense, present perfect. So because of that, the structure of the lesson will be like this. First, I will explain you the structure in perfect. After that, we will revise. We will see a chart, in fact, of all of the tenses in passive. And last but not least, exercises. All in this video. To start with, active and passive present perfect. I have never done this. Active. This has never been done. Passive. I have never done. This has never been done. Which means, look at the passive, has been done. Only been is the difference here. This is the marker that we are in passive. Been, after that the third form of the verb. So how we form it? Have, has, been, third form of the verb. If you haven't already understood it, you do need to know all of the irregular verbs really well. Otherwise, you will be always having difficulties with tenses, with voices, and more things even as we advance in the course. Good. So far, what we know? That in simple tenses, we form passive when we use the verb to be. After that, the third form of the verb. English is spoken. The homework was done. Tom will be met. Be was third form of the verb. In continuous tenses, we use be, after that being, after that third form of the verb. The computer is being repaired. The dinner was being prepared. Of course, when I say the verb to be, it means the correct form of the verb to be. And in perfect tenses, what you need is to use been. So you use have or has. After that comes been. After that, the third form of the verb. Been here is the indicator that we need. As you are masters of theory, practice again. Here are the sentences. You will find them in the attached PDF as well. Your task, if the sentence is in active, to turn it into passive. If the sentence is in passive, to turn it into active. And we are checking it together. They are telling a story. A story is being told by them. They are telling present continuous. Present continuous, the verb to be in the correct form. As it is continuous, we need to keep this ing form. So we add being. After that comes the third form of the verb, is being taught. If we want to specify the doer of the action, we add by them. We will expect you. You will be expected. In future simple or in will future, you need will, after that be, after that the verb in the third form. I have never considered it. I have never considered it. It's active and the tense is present perfect. So it becomes the subject and the correct form it has never been considered. Been is the marker of passive here. It has never been considered. The children were watching a cartoon. Passive needs to be done with being. Why? Because in the first sentence, in the original sentence, we are given an active sentence where the tense is past continuous correctly. So a cartoon was being watched by them. They have never seen such a picture. A picture like this has never been seen by them. Active, passive, present perfect. Been is the marker for passive usage. Anne is preparing pizza. Active. Pizza in the second sentence is becoming the subject. Pizza is being prepared. Continuous, so being is the marker. You need to keep the ing form. By whom? By Anne. I believe that every exercise helps you get better and helps you improve your knowledge of English, your knowledge of English grammar. Please pay attention to the very last section of the course where are only exercises. So you have assignments, you have quizzes, you have tests there, but don't do any of them while you're watching the course. Finish all of the lectures, pass all of the exercises, listen to all explanations, then go and do the exercises there. And if you have questions, please ask at any time. See you in the next video. Before going into the next mini-series of tenses, active and passive, I prepared you two different topics. The first one, I want to speak about the differences between these words. Someone, anyone, anywhere, somewhere, something, nothing. They will help you express yourselves better. They will help you also formulate your sentences in a way that may express your thoughts in a clearer way. So, examples, as always. Something is burning. I have no idea what it is, but I can smell it. Something. I didn't know anyone at the party. Anyone. There is nowhere else I can go. There isn't anywhere else I can go. As a rule, what can we formulate? Something is burning. Something, which means that you use something when you speak about things. You don't specify what exactly. You just give an idea that there is something. After that, I don't know anyone at the party. Anyone when you speak about people. Anyone. And the third one, there is nowhere else I can go. Nowhere, places. So something, think, things. Anyone, one, people. Nowhere, where, places. There's logic in everything, just you need to catch it. And it's important for you to know, to understand, or to have in mind what sentence you are using. Because the first parts of these small words change due to the sentence, because of the sentence. For example, in a positive sentence, you use somebody, something, somewhere. I met somebody. There is something going on there. I have seen you somewhere. So I don't know where, I don't know what, I don't know who, but I know that there is something, somebody, or somewhere, something. Which means, in positive sentence, some. When the sentence is question or negative, you start with any. Anybody, anything, anywhere. This is actually the same logic as of some and any one of the very first lectures in the previous level. So if you have missed it or if you have forgotten something, please go back and check it. Anybody. I don't know anybody. I don't know anything. I haven't been anywhere. Nobody, nothing, nowhere. These are specific words which are used to give negative meaning to positive sentence. What I mean? I know nobody, which means I don't know anybody, right? I know nobody. But in English, you know that you can't have double negative. You can't have negative verb plus a word which gives negative meaning. It doesn't work on this way. So because of that, be very careful. When you use nobody, nothing, nowhere, the verb needs to be positive. And let's practice everything to know if that was clear. Checking the PDF first, the answers, and the next video. 2 exercises. In the first one, you need to fill in with the correct word. Same story goes here. Be careful with the sentences, be careful with the meaning and with the connotation that you want, with the context that you want to use that sentence in. Remember, nowhere, nothing, nobody. Negative words which give negative meaning to the whole sentence. They are used with positive verbs. See you in the answer section. I guess you found this one easy, especially after all of the passive forms. So let's check it. I'm going to have something to eat. Positive sentence, you speak about thing, something. Somebody told me to watch that movie because it was great. Somebody, you speak about a person, positive sentence, somebody. I have seen you somewhere. Somewhere, positive sentence, and you speak about a place, somewhere. Nobody was there when I arrived. Nobody was there. So you want to say that there was no one there, and to give that meaning, you need the word which brings this negative connotation, this negative idea, nobody. I can't hear anything. I'm sure nobody is in the bathroom. I can't hear anything. I'm sure nobody. Nobody, word to give negative meaning to the sentence, to say that there is no one inside. I didn't do anything last night. Didn't do, negative sentence, which means you need a word which starts with any. And because you speak about things, anything. Did you meet anybody yesterday? Question, you speak about people, anybody. Let's talk about something else. You speak about things, and the sentence is positive, something. She didn't say anything about her job when I spoke to her. She didn't say anything, negative sentence, and you speak about things, which means that you need to add any in front of the word, anything. I'm sure you'll find it somewhere in the house. Somewhere, it's positive sentence, and you speak about place. There's nothing I can do about that, sorry. So you want to say that there isn't anything that you can do. You notice that when you use these words just to give the negative meaning of the sentences, you in fact put the emphasis on this one, that there is no one, that there is nothing, that there is nowhere. Okay, you need nothing here, sentence positive, word with negative meaning. Does anybody understand what she's talking about? Does anybody? Question. And you speak about people. Well done. Next video. I promised you 2 lectures on different topics before we continue with verbs and passive and active and so on. So here is the second one. So am I? Neither am I. Let's see what these are, in what situations they are used, and what's the logic behind. So, I'm happy. So am I. I have been to Canada. So have I. Third example. I went to the party last night. So did I. Seeing these 3 sentences, what you notice? First, with the second sentence in each pair, you express agreement. You say that the same thing which was said is applicable for you. I'm happy. I'm happy too. I've been to Canada. I've been to Canada too. That's the logic. But this is just a shorter way to say it, a more concise way. How this is done? There is a rule which is followed everywhere. In all of these 3 sentences, first we have positive structures. I'm happy, positive. You agree to something which is positive. You say that this positive statement is applicable for you. This is first. After that, I am, so am I. I have, so have I. You see, there is inversion. Inversion means that the places of the verb and the pronoun are changed. I am, so am I. I have, so have I. Third, you notice that we keep the tense. I am, present simple, so am I. I have been, present perfect, so have I. I went, so did I. You keep the tense everywhere. And this is when we speak about something positive, when we agree to something positive. What about this? I'm not sad. Neither am I. So we have a negative situation, and we say that this negative sentence is correct for us too, is applicable for us too. In this case, you see, we use neither. 2 more examples. I haven't been to Canada. Neither have I. I didn't stay in last night. Neither did I. The same rule. I'm not sad. Neither am I. I haven't been. Neither have I. I didn't stay. Neither did I. To a negative sentence that has already been said. And in order to do it, first you make inversion as in the positive pattern. After that you keep the tense. I'm not sad, neither am I. The sentences start with neither. After that is the inversion in the same tense as the original one. Meaning again, you say that the statement which was said by somebody else is true for you as well. Theoretically speaking, again, perfect. Let's do the exercises. I want you now to pause the video to check them. They are just several sentences, and we will do them together now in this video. Ready? We are starting. They have lived here for ages. So have we. They have lived. So the tense is present perfect. You need inversion. You need to start with so because this is a positive sentence. So have we. I'm not talking to you. Present continuous, negative sentence. Neither. Neither am I. Inversion. Tom will pass the exam. positive sentence. The second starts with so and inversion. So will you. Future simple. He can draw. So can she. So can she. Positive sentence is the first one. You express agreement. It starts with so. And you have the modal verb can. Inversion. He doesn't work in an office. Neither does she. He doesn't work. Negative sentence. To express agreement or to say that the same thing is applicable for you, you start the sentence with neither, then the positive form. Neither does she. Second group of sentences. I'm really hungry. So am I. Positive sentence, present simple, so. Inversion, so am I. He doesn't speak Italian. Present simple, negative sentence. To express agreement, you start with neither. Neither do I. I have never been to Italy. Neither have I. Present perfect. Pay attention to this sentence. I have never been. Never is the word which gives the negative meaning to the whole sentence. And to keep it, you need to start your agreement with neither, which is typical for the negative sentences. Neither have I. Neither, present perfect. He is playing the guitar. Present continuous. So is his sister. He is playing. Positive sentence. You are expressing agreement with so. They were waiting for me. So were we. Positive sentence, expressing agreement with so. Inversion after that. Good job. Did you start missing tenses? I have good news. Next video is waiting for you. See you there. In this and the next several lectures that we still have till the end of the level, there are several things which we need to do. New tense, comparisons, summary. A lot of work in fact, so let's get started. And this new tense, last for the A2 level, is past perfect. Let's see in what situation we need past perfect. So, I woke up at 8. It stopped raining at 6. It had already stopped raining when I woke up. The first thing which you need to remember about past perfect is that it is used only when there are at least two verbs in one sentence. Past perfect refers to the past only past. And this is past moment before another past moment. Okay? Again, past moment before another past moment. In this situation, now it is, let's say, 9. I woke up at 8, which means that I woke up in the past. Before this, before 8, it had stopped raining. What it means? First, it stopped raining. After that, I woke up. And after that, now the time is 9. You see how they are ordered. Past perfect is always connected with another tense, and it is used to say that the action happened before this past moment. Had stopped. The forms had plus the third form of the verb, or the verb plus ide. Inactive. It had already stopped raining when I woke up, which means two actions. The one happened before the another, and this is important. The two actions refer to the past only, and the action which happened earlier in past, this is in past perfect. In passive. So this is perfect tense, past perfect, but it's perfect again, which means it follows the same rules as present perfect, with the difference that here we need had, not have. Had, after that been, after that the third form of the verb. When he arrived, the phone had already been repaired. Two actions. The one happened before the another. The action that happened earlier is in past perfect. Here, first action in time is the fact that the telephone was repaired. After that, he arrived. And to express it just with grammar structure, you say the telephone had already been repaired, passive, when he arrived. Enough with the new grammar. Let's do the exercises and let's practice, in fact, how present perfect is formed. Check the PDF by yourselves. We are starting directly with the exercise. The only thing that you need to do is to open the brackets using past perfect. Of course, I want you to ask yourselves why. When they came back home, Anne had prepared dinner already, which means that Anne first prepared dinner. After that, they came home. The action that happens first in time is in past perfect. Past perfect, had, was the third form of the verb, had prepared. Number 2. We could not send you an email because we had forgotten the Wi-Fi transmitter. We had forgotten. It means that first we forgot it. After that we understood that we can't send you the email. And as you know, again, the first tense in time takes past perfect. So had forgotten. Number 3. My sister ate all of the cake that our mom had made. Had made, past perfect. First action in time takes past perfect. Chronologically, first the cake was made, after that my sister ate it. Number 4. The doctor took off the plaster that he had put on a week before. Something happened a week before, past perfect. After that, something else happened again in the past. Okay? So here is past simple. The waiter brought a dish that I hadn't ordered. Pay attention to the negative form, hadn't ordered. I lost the key that you had given to me. Had given. So first I had received the key, after that I lost it. In order to avoid these long explanations, you just need to use the correct grammar structure. And it's clear already which action happened first, which action happened after that. She told me that she had seen a ghost. She had seen somewhere in the past, not said when, but before another past moment, before the moment when she told me this. So far, the most important thing that you need to remember from this lecture: past perfect is used in a situation when there is another past moment. Past perfect refers to the time before the past moment. Great. We are ready to go on. Looking forward to seeing you in the next video. Practice is what makes us perfect. I think you do already know it. So in this and in the next video, we are going to practice perfect and past simple tenses. Let's get started. First, take a look at the PDF with the attached exercises, and we will start checking everything here. So exercises, past simple, past perfect. My aunt flew to Paris last year. Last year, the time frame is set. We speak about the past. She had never been on a plane before that. Before last year, when we flew, she had never been. Action before past moment. Past perfect. We didn't need to queue because my wife had already bought the tickets. First, my wife had bought the tickets. After that, we were on the queue. Past perfect again. The thieves had already spent the money when the police caught them. So first they had spent the money, after that the police caught them. Helen had split up with John before she met Paul. First she had split up, after that she met Paul. You see how important tenses are and how you use them? Because otherwise you can say something completely wrong. Really. We knew her address because she had told us. So first she had told us something, after that we knew it. The children hadn't eaten for days, so they were extremely hungry. First action, hadn't eaten. Second action, they were. First action chronologically goes in past perfect. Another exercise. When I arrived at the station, the plane had already left. I arrived, the plane had already left. First action chronologically was that the plane had left. After that, I arrived. I had known him for a long time before I met his family. First action, I had known him. After that, I met his family. First action chronologically goes in past perfect. The second action in the past simple. It had been cloudy for days before it finally began to rain. Same logic. Chronologically, first it had been cloudy. After that, it began to rain. Jane had already typed 10 pages when her computer crashed. First, she had typed the 10 pages. After that, the computer crashed. Fortunately. Otherwise, it would have been quite more difficult. Impossible even. Well done. Past simple, past perfect. That was enough for now. See you in the next video, where we are continuing with exercises. A little bit harder. See you. In the last video, for A2 level, we will speak about 3 tenses that you know and that a lot of people find difficult to make a difference between. Present perfect, past simple. Before going to the exercises, let's first revise what you know. Past simple we use when you speak about something which happened in the past, you know when exactly. Markers for the tense: yesterday, last year, ago. When there are several actions which happen one after another without difference, you use past simple again. For example, I came back home, I put off my shoes, I went to have a shower. In this sequence of actions, past simple is fine to be used. Past perfect. Here is the key moment. Past perfect is used always with more than one past actions. The idea here is that chronologically, one action happened before another one. The action which happened first is marked in past perfect. The other one goes in past simple. So past perfect refers only to the past. Difference with present perfect. Present perfect connects past and present. Okay? Connects past and present. There is something that happened in the past, the result is in the present. I've lost my key. I can't open the door now. Present perfect is used with markers as ever, never, recently, lately, for, since, just, yet, already. Here you remember the difference between for and since. Here you remember the difference between have been and have gone. With present perfect, you don't know when exactly something happened, and it's not important. It's important that it happened in the past. Present perfect you use when you speak about your experience. So let's do the exercises. Attached in the PDF, you're doing them, we are checking it after that together. I have never been to China before. Experience, present perfect. However, last year I went to Japan. Last year, marker for past simple, went. I had graduated university before I met Tom. Two actions in the past, the one happened before the another. I had graduated first, chronologically speaking. After that, I met Tom, past simple. Till 1929, my grandmother had never flown by plane. By a moment in the past, something had never happened till that moment. We haven't met our teacher yet. Yet, marker for present perfect. Haven't met. We hadn't had Italian food until our trip to Italy last month. So, last month we were on a trip. Till that moment, we had never had Italian food, past perfect. They couldn't drive home because they had forgotten their keys in the car. They couldn't drive, past. So the whole situation goes in the past. And the fact that they had forgotten something happened before that. Because of that, you need past perfect, not present perfect. She has never expected to become a dentist. Never. Marker for experience. Present perfect. I didn't want to visit him yesterday. Yesterday. Marker for past simple. Didn't want. Negative. We had never spoken about that before she called me last night. Last night, you start from here. When there is a sentence or when there is a situation, first you need to find the marker, which may help you to understand the logic of the tenses. Last night, past simple. She called me last night. And before that moment in the past, something had happened or something hadn't happened. We had never spoken before last night. Past perfect for the first verb. My sister had married earlier than me. I got married a month ago. A month ago, marker for past simple. My sister had married, so this is an action before another action in the past, which means past perfect. Well done. That's the end of A2 level. You're getting better and better, I'm sure. So let's get started with B1. I'll be looking forward to seeing you there. See you.